And yeah, as Cutest is saying, countries are trying to close their internet for that reason. So you got to keep the internet open. That's all I got to say. You got to keep the internet open. Otherwise, there's going to be a very sad generation of people who lived in the last, last 20 years who got to see the world connect for a little bit. And then we're just going to split off and kill each other, and then we're all going to die. So, it's one of the two ways that we're going to go. We're either all going to kill each other and we'll be gone in 40 years, or we'll stay connected and we'll go to Mars. One of the two. Because, the more connected normal people are, the stronger normal people are, right? At the end of the day. So, but just remember that with this stream, there are people watching from all over the U.S. There's people watching in Canada. There's people, thanks, Critty. There's people, watching in Russia. There's people watching this stream from mainland China. There's people watching this stream from Hong Kong. There's people who tune into this stream from Korea. There's people who tune into this stream from Australia and various other parts of Asia. There are people who watch this stream from India. There are people who watch this stream from Syria. So just remember, the more connected the world is, I think, the more empathy people have for other people. And it's really funny. I talked to my dad about Russia, and his take on Russia is completely different than mine. Completely different than mine. And the only thing you like about Starlink thingy is because it could crush those walls they're building. No, absolutely. I mean, I think Starlink should exist, or something like, maybe not Starlink specifically, but that technology should exist specifically for that reason, Cutest. But I don't think it should be the only access to internet, right? I think that we should have many ways to access the internet. The more ways that we have to access the internet, the better, in my opinion. I think that even companies like fucking stupid name Skynet, which is a Canadian company, literally will it's a military company, but what they do is they fly low-flying drones down that beam internet down from satellite. So they get internet from satellite, and they fly along and have a little patch of Wi-Fi, quite literally, that will just follow you, which is one of the stupidest names for a company, but also maybe one of the best names for a company. So... it's not about coverage of the world without the internet. Well, I mean, some of column A and some of column B. Without coverage, the world doesn't have access to the internet. Without the world having access to the internet, then the world can't see what people are posting. But, even if the government demands to lock people out, Skynet was Terminator, not RoboCop. Skynet was Terminator. Skynet was the evil AI in Terminator that flips a switch and nukes the planet. That was Skynet, and then made the HSs or HKs, the hunter killers that went around and gunned down the rest of the humans. That was Skynet. So, great thing to name a company. Also, Canadian company that flies internet around via drones. Was it also in RoboCop? I mean, that's news to me. I didn't actually know that. I don't know. I've never been a big RoboCop kid. Radio astronomers are having a bad time, though. No, totally, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway. I'm very much a globalist, if you can't tell. I think the more globalized the world is, the better off we are. It kind of goes back to, what is it, Carl Sagan, who talked about, degrees of society, where it's you have a tier 1 society, which is but almost where we are at, where it's it's the whole world that's connected, that works together. You have a tier 0 society, which is kind of where we're at right now, where we can communicate but we're not connected. And then there's -1, which is pre-electric, or just when we were discovering electricity, -2, which is pre-electricity, and then -3 was everything before pre-electricity. And then it's you have a tier 2 society, which is interplanetary, meaning we can go to our moon and Mars, and we have settlements on both of those. And then there's tier 3, which is where we've spread out over our entire solar system, and then tier 4, which is intergalactic, like we can take over a galaxy. And the odds of a species actually making it past tier 1 is like next to nil because we'll just kill each other first. I need to read up on those theories again because those were interesting. To have to contribute to orbital observation satellites. I don't think it's quite that simple. You know what? I was talking with my mom because we have a. I mean, I guess I can just get into game and just keep talking about this, but I was speaking with my mom because we have a local politician who just wants to do stuff in BC, nothing super huge, but we have a local politician who wants to instigate a local blackout hour, so 1 hour per night at around midnight where all of the streetlights go out and all of the like everything except for considered mandatory traffic lights. So busy roads, lights will stay on. That's it. All the lights would go out for 1 hour. It would end badly. Let's be honest. The amount of crime that would happen in that 1 hour period would be massive. Like, it's not gonna work. But I feel like we need something like that. No, absolutely. Like, it's not gonna pass. This person isn't going to get voted into office. This is somebody who's part of a party that is not popular, that is an offshoot of the Green Party that never gets in office anyway. So it's not going to happen, to be clear. But I feel like we need something like that. Like, I feel like just as a species, we need to figure out how to do something like that. Have like 1 or 2 hours at night where just the lights go out. Because quite literally, we are destroying our planet with light pollution. That's something that doesn't get talked about enough. All right, where was I? The Absolute Realm, year 244. So also, this was a world that I had for my birthday last year. So like my birthday in 2020, which I just haven't deleted yet because it was a neat world. But I just have it sitting there. I've almost passed a world that I generated to 250 years. There's a 5-star optimal place to see the night sky about 4 hours from me. Not even 4 hours from here, and you can see the night sky. You think of a red sky? I grew up in far enough away from the city in the suburbs that we could see stars, but I haven't seen stars since my eyes started degrading, which means I haven't really seen stars in about 10 years. Give or take. Even with glasses, I can't really see them. Even in like a pitch dark, perfect, like 5-star, you should be able to see the sky. I can't. I just can't, and it really sucks. But like there are places that are really close here. Yeah, my name is Sirius. Okay, so TLDR. Pause the game for a second. This eye doesn't work at all, and this eye has severe tunnel vision, and I have floating blind spots. Both my eyes have cataracts, and my eyesight is degrading in my good eye at a rapid pace. I will probably have no vision in 15 years. Ish, give or take. Assuming I eat a lot of carrots, it'll last a little longer. But yes, my name is Sirius. You've seen the red dawn in Berlin and London? Yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't know how else. Like they're to give you an idea, we've had problems in Canada with like birds flying in the wrong direction because they don't know where the sun is. Like it's a legitimate problem. So anyway, yesterday was very awesome, actually. We had two brand new babies. Bastet II, who's the daughter of Simplex and Vinsati II, and Bir Minir, who is the son of Socksmell and Aquasar, which is very, very, very nice to have. We did have a dwarf go nuts, and two dwarves go nuts, which were part of the merchants who we booted out, but we're still sitting at that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful 50 mark. number of dwarves, which keeps us in the route to get mega beasts showing up. But the current living dwarves are Bastet the Third, Birmanir, Seeker, Lafonda, Chico, who just grew up, Stone, Abe Exendi, who is still a 2-time murderer, but he's totally like cured now. Smile. Simplex, Aquasar, Socksmell, bunch of unnamed merchants. So if anybody would like a very old unnamed merchant who doesn't have a proper job outside of just hanging out in the tavern and reading and hopefully making a baby now and again, you can have one. H2O, nobody important, Critty, Merchimel, Kulu II, Peter II, Blue Water, Kade, the king, of course, Black Hole, Vinsati II, Ghost, Rhine, Tiny Goliath, who actually got married yesterday to his now wife, Blue Water, which is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Tiny Goliath, Trees, Formal, Defcom, Corvius, Patchwork, Goffer, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Jack Nurik, Quevenir, Clay, Vim ML, Taurus II, Be Like the Second, the Scoid, and of course, Axon the Second, who graciously got the kill against the Etten yesterday. Also has 177 other kills just from being a hunter for years, which is wild. And then Totoro up top. Well, you need to realize, like, how, like, a large portion of my immediate family is Dutch. So, how do people say it? I don't know. And Dwarf died to a bridge closing and opening. If you want to risk it, you take one. I mean, they'll die of old age. If you want somebody who's actually going to live a full life, you can wait and then snipe a child, which sounds weird. But 144, this dwarf has a couple years left. It's like my family basically, Birmanir, is I have a Dutch last name, first thing. My family is German, Dutch, Irish, little bit of Hungarian in there. And that's me. Oh, they pronounce it like Mjolnir kind of thing, like me? Like Nintendo me? She is married to Sodel Body Doors. That's a good name. Body Doors. And she is a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. She is 144 years old, born on the 9th of Moonstone in the year 100. Her eyebrows are incredibly high, and her very close-set protruding cobalt eyes have very large irises. Her small lobed ears are extremely narrow, and her hair is dry, and her short hair is neatly combed. Her eyelashes are extremely long, and her hair is white mixed with gray. Her skin is sandy taupe. She personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have, and really respects commerce and those that engage in trade, and finds blind honesty foolish. Dreams of raising a family and is ruled by an irresistible cravings and urges, constantly ablaze with feelings of lust. If you don't make a baby, I swear to God. Just bought your first 60 FPS 1080 screen in your life. I don't know if it'll quite be the HDD SSD move experience, but it'll be nice. Congrats though, Craze. What brand did you get? She is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she tends to avoid crowds. Does not go out of her way to help others, and is little interest in joking around. Has an active imagination and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and tends to think before acting. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. It generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and grumbles mildly at crappy weather. What do you like? You like fine pewter, honey, yellow barrel, giant nautilus parchment, and the colored dark violet maces and menacing spikes and yaks for their shaggy hair. All right, we do need to give you a couple jobs because you're named now, meaning I will actually, let you do the working of things. Let's give you cooking and shearing and spinning. A couple different jobs, Flemmy. And some stone detailing. An extra side gig. I recognize this one. Yeah, that's way fancier than my screens. That's way fancier than Oh, it's got the G-Sync stuff. Yeah, that's way fancier than my screens. Same size though. Are there any original colonists left? No, the last ones died like 150 years ago. Because dwarves when they spawn are like 60 or like 50 to 70. So they all died they were all dead by year 120. So that was getting close to like 120 years ago now. As far as how many generations it's been, there are some like the great grandkids of the original 7 are still alive, are alive in the fort now. That's a lot of people. That's all the humans that trade. That's the worst the frame rate gets, is because there's about 250 fucking human merchants and soldiers that show up every year. Half of them have already left. So if I find somebody like, let's just go to, let's say Tiny Goliath, who's your, so his parent is grandmother and grandfather, Sui. Let's just go to his marital grandmother, who is Sui. Now, Sui is in a grave, obviously, because she's dead. Was Sui born in this fort? I thought she was. I guess not. Okay, let's go back one. Let's go to Dragon Man. Were you born in the fort? Also no. Sparkly, you were born in the fort, correct? Okay, so Sparkly, who is passed away, who was my mayor for a very long time and died at like 160. Parents were Lump and Axon. Lump had like a dozen lovers, or no, Axon had like a dozen lovers, yeah. And Axon, when they died, had 3 lovers. Axon was very close to one of the first dwarves. Yeah, Axon was the first dwarf, or was one of the first dwarves, because Axon threw Petra off a wall, and Petra went splat as an infant. I think. No, threw Peter Selly off the wall. Yeah, threw Peter off the wall, her second eldest son, who went and died. Yeah, that was, you know, a good time. And had, at the time of passing, had 3 lovers. Had as many as 12 at one point. On purpose? Absolutely not. No, got hit in the back of the head by a dive-bombing buzzard, I think. It was definitely, like, interrupted by bird, drops baby, baby falls off wall, baby goes splat. It was when we were digging out the big pit. And so, like, the first 10 years of the fort. So, yeah, that's, like, what? Father's grandparent. So, yeah, this is Dad's grandparent was one of the original 7. Who currently just got married and is 75 years old. But yeah, that's kind of like the family tree that we're getting to, which is why I kind of describe this fortress as like the Dwarf Fortress soap opera. It's like I'm keeping it set up so that nothing super wild happens, and trying to keep us away from any like game-ending conflicts. Just so that we can keep it going. And somebody left their lunch up in the mayor's office. Good job, dwarves. Good job. But yeah, just trying to keep things rolling in such a way so that we're okay. You were talking about the Canadian, the Dutch Canadian number you quoted in 2006. 2016. Oh, like people who were Dutch living in Canada? Stone? That's like 1/30th of the Canadian population, because we're like, what, 30-something million? You remember the horse going wee splat? Similar situation, yeah, but like a number of years before. Dutch or Dutch ancestry? I mean, like I said, I have a Dutch last name. And it's funny, like, if you search my last name on Facebook, you find like 4 people that are not part of my family, and from what I can tell are all the same family and are all Dutch. But, you know, which is why I've kind of just accepted that I'm pretty easy to track through the internet, because I have a uncommon last name. Maybe I should do the 20-something millennial shit and just change my last name to, like, I don't know, Something stupid. Bunch of symbols. Now it's really easy to track me. So we're currently working on more glass blocks. A whole bunch of glass blocks. Ignorance Without Limits. It's a book about humanity. Depressive insanity or catpocalypse. Catpocalypse is a myth that was never really an issue. It was a bug that was in the game for about 2 weeks, and then people replicated it with mods, and it became a meme. So catpocalypse has never been a problem, at least for this fortress. Depressive insanity. I'm good at the video game. I mean, we've lost a couple dwarves to depression. Obviously, every now and again, one will get super down and eventually die. But if you're good at the game, you can avoid most of that. It's just a matter of, like, knowing what precautions to take and how to rehabilitate problem dwarves or just simply remove them when they become a problem. Uncommon name, not an uncommon spelling. Well, it's a Dutch version of a common name. I don't want to, like, just out what my last name is, although you could figure it out if you went digging. Like dropping them off walls. I mean, that wasn't a problem dwarf. That was just hilarious. That wasn't a problem dwarf. That was just funny. No, I mean, like, expelling them. If dwarves become problems and I can't fix them, I expel them. I just boot them out of the fort. Is what I do. Let's make a bunch more charcoal. How many are from India? That's a statistic that I think would be really interesting to know. Because I think it's probably way higher. And then if you want to find a really fun statistic, search up like Korea, Japan, and China, Canadians that have immigrated. But yeah, no, essentially, like, this game's a lot easier than a lot of people. 4%. I would have guessed closer to 8. That feels low. Maybe that's just like my city. But anyway, Dwarf Fortress is a much easier game than people think. The problem is a lot of people don't stare at this game mechanically and insist on trying to play it in certain ways. So a lot of people insist that things should work and get mad at the dwarves when the dwarves get upset. You know, things like, no. This game is easy, but a lot of people misplay. So things like, oh, it's very dwarfy to take the skeleton of a monster and put it on a statue, put it on a pedestal. Like that's a very I go back to this one stream that I was watching where he was complaining that his dwarves were all tantruming and upset. Well, the reason his dwarves were tantruming and upset is because he had the corpses of 4 of his own dead dwarves who became were-creatures and had them on pedestals in his tavern. So they were going into their tavern to go and relax and socialize, and seeing the corpse of the half-fucking, like, were-creature-ified old dwarves, and were just getting startled every time they walked in. So, yeah, that's actually hilarious. It is funny. Don't get me wrong. It's funny. But he's complaining that they're depressed and mad at the game and blaming the game. And I'm sitting there and staring at that going, no, it's not a matter of not understanding all the parts. It's a matter of hitting V, selecting your dwarf, and hitting Z. And pressing Enter. And then you get this screen. And it tells you exactly what that dwarf is upset about and exactly what that dwarf wants to do. But the problem is a lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress don't look at this screen. They check Dwarf Therapist. Which sort of gives you this, but it gives you this in a completely different format. That doesn't make it as clear that, oh, this dwarf just really wants to go and fight in the military for a bit. Okay, well, are you in a squad? No, you're not. Fuck it. I got a squad. Go join go hang out with Stone and Friend in the Eternal Hammer for a bit. Grab a spear and go stab some stuff. Learn how to dodge. Have some fun. You know, like that. Like, it's literally that simple, right? But, like, and I just stopped the dwarf from getting depressed before they even started, just as an example. Like, this is another dwarf that is frustrated at their lack of decent meals. Okay, fair, that's difficult, but also wants to practice a martial art. Well, you're in a squad. You're the militia captain of a squad, so maybe I should get your squad training. Like, the moods are not complex, though. They're very simple. You just need to know the signs and what to look for. And it's not because I've played so many hours of this game. This was stuff I picked up on really quickly. You seem to make it worse. Oh, no. It's like, I don't know. I guess I don't understand how so many people find this game so difficult. It perplexes me. Because I don't think it's difficult. I genuinely do not think that this game's difficult. I think people just try and make the game do things that they expect it to be capable of doing, and it's not actually capable of doing those things. And so my question is, well, is that the fault of the community stating that this is how you play, or is it the fault of people playing the game wrong? Speaking of, Earthfire. Doing the gurgles. I mean, people like to work out in real life. Dwarves like to work out in Dwarf Fortress. They just know how to practice martial arts. That's it. You know? I mean, yeah, every now and again you'll have a dwarf that is depressed and upset about something that will become uncurable, but that, you know, there's people like that in real life, and Dwarf Fortress is a game that is trying to simulate the world. Right? Like, that is the goal of Dwarf Fortress, is to simulate the universe. Look at that, nothing but positive thoughts. Satisfied after learning about Spear. Delighted after being near a waterfall. Fears euphoric due to inebriation. Like, yes, of course, there will be unfixable dwarves, but those are always going to be a very small portion of your dwarves. Yes, because RimWorld's mood system is extremely simple. Right? RimWorld's mood system is so mind-numbingly boring and simple to manage that, of course, they can just show you that. But that's not why you're playing Dwarf Fortress. You're not playing Dwarf Fortress because it's a simple game. Like, literally, you hit Z, press enter. That shows you exactly what this dwarf needs. This dwarf wants to fight. Okay, we'll put you in the military. You're lonely after being away from family. Now, that's difficult, but I could put you in the tavern for a bit and you can hang out with your family. Was annoyed being caught in the rain. Well, that's just going to happen in this fortress, unfortunately. Annoyed after being unable to practice craft for too long. That's a little while ago, but noted. Horrified after seeing a dwarf's corpse? I mean, then get it out of there. Get rid of the corpse. That's on the player. That's not the game. That's the player. You need to get rid of the corpse. The problem is most people just don't look at this screen. Like, literally, like, I've watched streams where the entirety of the stream, they don't look at that screen. Because they're looking at Dwarf Therapist. Which gives you information, yes. But it just gives you the raw stress. But have done? They might be unfixable. See, here's the thing. You shouldn't compare Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld because the outcome of the stress systems in Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld are completely different. Right? So comparing them is just wrong. Like, literally, like, you're talking to somebody who has 5,000 hours in RimWorld. I love RimWorld. RimWorld's a great game, but it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. And if you think about Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld even on similar levels of how you're supposed to play it, you're just going to end up with a lot of really depressed dwarves. Because the stuff that you can get away with in RimWorld doesn't work in Dwarf Fortress. Because in RimWorld, if their best friend dies, it's a 30-day debuff or a 90-day debuff. And then it's gone. They're fine. In Dwarf Fortress, if their best friend dies, it's a debuff for a period of time. And then they internalize it and it goes into their permanent memory, right? Then they need to deal with whatever that change is in their permanent memory for the rest of their life. That could be a positive change or a negative change, right? So you get that temporary debuff when it's in their recent thoughts, and then it goes into their past thoughts, and it changes their personality. And now this could be a change like, well, suddenly they like being outside, or suddenly they really want to do a specific kind of craft. Or it could be something as bad as they're now in a constant state of eternal rage. So maybe they want to be put in the military and fight with people. Maybe that's something they never would have previously wanted to do, but now they really, 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 really want to be in the military. Does that make any sense? You know, like, so there is layers to the fucking stress system in Dwarf Fortress to a point where if you compare it to other games that have a stress system, like RimWorld, it's just a debuff system. Like, okay, well, their mood is plus 25, and we're just going to get a -8 permanently for the next, or 15 for the next 10 days. Yeah, I'll follow Todd. That's how RimWorld's system works in simple terms. It's very much a, here's the current state of this person. We can change that state slightly temporarily. It isn't complex. You just need to look at it. Like, literally, you need to read it. Okay, it's a complex system that's not complex to understand if you look at all of the information that the game is providing for you. The problem is most people do not look at all of the information that the game is providing for them. Most people just ignore it and get mad when the game doesn't do the thing that they want to do. It's only via the description. Because in a lot of cases, it's small, right? So here are the personality changes. All those purples, those are personality changes. And it could be anything. You know, like, this dwarf sees family as one of the most important things in life. A strengthening after gaining a sibling. But also, personally finds that the acquisition and use of power is abhorrent and would have all masters toppled due to seeing Crow's dead body. This dwarf also holds fairness as one of the highest ideals and despites cheating of any kind. So if somebody commits a crime in this fortress, this dwarf is going to get a particularly big mood debuff because somebody commits a crime if that crime is not seen through. So if justice is not served, this dwarf is going to get a particularly big upset thought bobble because of that. And that goes for every dwarf. Also, this dwarf is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism after seeing Crow die, which is really bad. Really bad. But also, the military solves that. Being in the military fixes that. So when you look at a dwarf that's depressed, you have to, like, take the time and slow down and read this. And this is, I think, a part of Dwarf Fortress that a lot of people just completely ignore, is the part where, okay, what's wrong with this dwarf? Let's figure this out and problem solve this. It's like a mental brain puzzle that you have to do for every dwarf, right? And a lot of people are just like, oh, I can't do that with 200 dwarves. It's like, well, you can, just the game gets slower. And it's a part of the game that I think a lot of people aren't interested in, which is partially unfortunate, but also, I think, just how people play video games. Dwarf Fortress isn't for everybody. Oh, it's certainly overwhelming, but it gets less overwhelming, right? Like, the first time I saw this wall of text, my brain melted a little bit. But it's part of Dwarf Fortress, right? And part of what the Steam version is doing, actually, is reformatting this into several different windows, which I think is terrible, but I understand why it will make the game less overwhelming if this is segmented out a little better. Because every single portion of this text is important for different reasons. Every single portion of this text. Except for, like, maybe this gray text in the middle, because that's just a description of what a dwarf is. For this screen, no. It doesn't change on this screen. But you can just make that whatever font you want, and this is perfectly readable for me, so... You need to get in the habit of naming your dwarves. Name your dwarves. Okay, so there's two ways that you can name your dwarves. You can give them custom names or custom professions. You could, like, literally name them problem dwarf. Like, you could give them nicknames of just, because they still keep their actual names, right? That's a nickname, and it's just, it covers their main name. If I delete the nickname, it'll go back to the old name. So in theory, what you could do is literally just name it Problem Dwarf 1. And, like I've seen people who play Dwarf Fortress who will actually, like, rename their dwarves, like, tasks or notes for themselves for me personally, it makes it a lot easier to remember who a dwarf is if, hey, stupid, what's up, man? If I have them named after an event that they did or a person in chat, and I can remember that. But, like, it totally makes sense why, you know, the one-armed dwarf, because they lost an arm in a net attack. That's kind of badass. That's kind of badass. You know, or like the baby that punched a giant to death on one of LaFonda's streams. You know, all that stuff. It's like, or I think it was a Forgotten Beast, actually. But you know, like all of these little, like, and this is, I don't know how many of you guys watched it, but this is kind of what Krug Smash was talking about with the Steam version. You know, for a lot of people, they're expecting I mean, his wording was a well-made game, right? And, you know, like, this kind of goes for my team. You know, like, a lot of my teammates are very excited about Dwarf Fortress. And I see how they respond to games like Odd Realm or games like Songs of Six. And I look at those responses and I go, man, Dwarf Fortress is going to come out on Steam and they're going to hate it. Because, like, they're expecting something different, right? They're not expecting what Dwarf Fortress is. I mean, there is a point actually where you start to, like, you look at a name and you go, that dwarf has an elf name. What the fuck happened in that dwarf's history? Because that's not a dwarven name, that's an elf name. What the fuck happened to you? Kind of thing. Hey, LaFonda, what's up? So it's like, you know, it's a lot of that, you know, and I think that a lot of people who start playing Dwarf Fortress with the assumption, and by the way, you can turn it into this if you want it to be this, with the assumption that it's a one-to-one with RimWorld, or it's a one-to-one with an RTS game, or it's just a standard strategy game, and they play it as such. It is far and away from that. Like, yes, you can absolutely play it that way. You can absolutely especially with DF hack running, you can absolutely set it up that way and absolutely play it like that. But the game doesn't shine if you play it like that. You lost 30 plus in the process? I mean, hey, sometimes you got to use the lemming strategy. Just throw shit at it until it falls over. But can I ask a question? What kind of Titan was it? You're never able to overcome that issue? It always, when it comes to the I'm never able to overcome that issue comment, I always wonder in my head how much time you've actually put into it, you know? And, you know, a lot of people don't have a lot of time, and that's a completely fair argument. It's like, oh, I just don't have time to learn all of the ins and outs and intricacies of this game, and I completely get it. It's the reason why I'm, like, kind of blanket refusing to learn CDDA, because, number one, I don't really have much interest in that game's theme, but also it's like, I don't need another game this size. My brain can only handle so many, and I want some space for some others. So, you know. Too many other games draw your interest away? I mean, that's totally fair. I mean, I think Tarn Adams says it best, right? Which is... Wait, where's the soaring? Walking. What? No, they aren't. Where is the soaring? Yeah, only one arrived. No basti per me, only nulla nabo. What in the shit? Humans? Why you no bring me my shit? They gonna be in trouble. They were scared off by a Wolverine, yeah. But, yeah, they're not mad at us. They're still bringing us tribute. Weird. I don't know. Maybe there's a transition of power happening or something. Yeah, maybe they're still scared of that Wolverine. But anyway, as I was saying, Tarn Adams says it best, which is the people who play Dwarf Fortress are the beta testers, The people who play Dwarf Fortress and write stories about Dwarf Fortress that go viral and remind other people that Dwarf Fortress exists, and then those people who read those stories, those are the people who are playing Dwarf Fortress. The people who are talking about Dwarf Fortress and reminding the people that Dwarf Fortress exists. So I think that that's something that you need to remember, is like that's literally like a thought that the creator of this game has, which is the people who are playing Dwarf Fortress are the people who are simply reminding other people that Dwarf Fortress exists so that more people will go and write stories about it. Because Dwarf Fortress isn't designed to be played by everybody, and you don't need to play Dwarf Fortress to get a lot out of Dwarf Fortress. You know, like, just think about it that way. Like, yes, you can play Dwarf Fortress, and yes, you can get a lot out of playing Dwarf Fortress. You don't need to play Dwarf Fortress to enjoy Dwarf Fortress. Fishermen can't fish, swim or die, or don't, whatever, who cares? Not me, okay, maybe we care less how? Oh, now, not how. Maybe we care less now. Broken dishwasher does hold sadness. Sorry. Cherries are tasty. There you go. Words. Did it. I did the thing. Hey, acceptable losses if the fort lives. Hell yeah. I don't need this pathway covering anymore, so I'm just going to get rid of it. But yeah, that's a, I don't know, just something that I think we should all remember, is that the creator of Dwarf Fortress doesn't really think of Dwarf Fortress as something that lots of people will play and enjoy. He thinks of it as something that some people will play and enjoy, and everybody else will read about it and enjoy it. How deep does this fortress go? Not actually that deep. The main fortress layer is around layer 10. But I guess technically we have explored as deep as 43? Yeah, but like, what was? I mean, I read that, LaFonda, but what was it? what was it? Was it like a quadruped? Was it a chicken? Was it a pile of poop? What was it? That's the question. Something with a trunk and scales. Okay, fair enough. I was wondering, like, did it shoot fireballs? Oh, shoots web. Oh God, yeah. No wonder you lost 30 dwarves. Yeah, that's perfectly acceptable losses. Webs are a big old pain in the dick, put it bluntly. Big old pain in the ass. Big old pain in the ass, that. What, hoping that they use the... You should make sure that you have some looms up and running so the dwarves will spin all of those webs into thread. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I just worry that people are getting the wrong impression out of the Steam version. My biggest concern, and I try not to talk about this on the YouTube channel too much because it just makes people upset. But my biggest concern is that the Steam version will come out. People will expect it to be RimWorld. Instead of getting RimWorld, they'll get Dwarf Fortress, and they will all hate it. It's a very real concern, because the problem is now there's this new expectation for Dwarf Fortress to be something else, because there are so many games that have used the incredible marketing power and name of Dwarf Fortress to market their own very, very, very different, albeit minorly inspired by products. Which is why, to this day, I get very upset now when I see games like Space Haven. selling themselves as games inspired by Dwarf Fortress when it's like, you got more in common with The Sims than Dwarf Fortress. You have more immediately similar in your game to The Sims in space than you do with Dwarf Fortress. So actually, it's funny that you say that, Beermanier. There is actually a clause in the Steam contract that Tarn Adams talked about at PAX, I think, which was if you are selling a game that is also available for free elsewhere, all of the features available in the free version have to be available in the paid version. So in order to sell Dwarf Fortress on Steam, they are contractually obliged to put or contractually required to put the classic ASCII graphics into the Steam version. So Tarn currently is saying that it'll probably be accessible through a beta tab, but it will be there. Because all you want out of the Steam version is auto updates. I tend to agree. Yeah, I tend to agree. Although there are times where you won't want the auto updates, but. So, yeah, they are contractually obliged. Actually, there are two things I want from the Steam version. I want auto updates, and I want auto updates, and I want I want auto updates, the soundtrack, and I want and any sound effects, and I want why am I completely blanking on this? Achievements. That's the word that I'm looking for. That my brain just like dropped out of my ear. Because that'll, as somebody who plays way too much of this game, give me weird, obtuse goals to go work towards. Like, who doesn't want to, like, breed a dragon? So I figured out what the problem was with that record player. The, on the back of it, has a tiny little switch which turns on the built-in preamp for it, because it's not a super fancy record player. It's just a built-in preamp, right? Apparently the switch was ever so slightly moved back, and I don't know how that happened. So it wasn't getting full power. So I flipped it all the way over and played 5 records back to back yesterday with no issues. So it's working now, which is hella fucking annoying. I don't know what the hell happened with that. So I don't know. I'm mostly just testing this record player because because like my main record player is a realistic LAB 400, which I got from my parents, which they bought the year they got married, and that record player is like just it's kind of flawless. It's lovely, but it's in the other room, and I use it for myself now. So I wanted one for the office, and I'm just like, well, let's try Fluence, because everybody like recommends Fluence, U-Turn, Project, and a few other brands. And I was like, let's try Fluence, and not super thrilled with it so far. Put it that way. Not super thrilled, but say la vie. But yeah, no, I think that is a very real issue with the for sale version of Dwarf Fortress. Is I think a lot of people are going to expect something different. But you know, I've seen people over the years play Dwarf Fortress like it's an RTS and hate it. I've seen people play it like it's a city builder and love it. I've seen people like completely disable the stress system and just play it like Minecraft creative mode, which is kind of what Cupo does. Or mostly just nullifies the stress system and just play it like creative mode and build massive machines and stuff. You know, there's lots of different ways to play Dwarf Fortress. It's just not immediately apparent all the time. What are you doing out there, Dwarf? Like this guy right here? What are you doing? You're just standing on a pillar while everybody like takes down the floors around you. How about we get rid of that? And let you leave that and deconstruct this pillar down here so that you don't stand there, because that's not safe. Because this is a very finicky little deconstruction job here. Also, we're getting I'm building these cage traps because I had that Etten spawn, right? And if I have cage trappable Titans spawn, if they go for my livestock, I want them to get caught on those traps. So One thing at a time. Your most finished parts started channeling and the moat and building your drawbridge. Ooh. Yeah, no, drawbridge is like one of the first things I build when I build a new fortress. It's like drawbridge, done. Get that done right the hell away. You need that drawbridge. Without that drawbridge, you're probably in trouble if anything bad happens. It's like that's why I always tell people it's like everybody talks about how hard it is to fight off your first were creature in Dwarf Fortress. I'm like, just build a fucking door. Like it's literally like just one door. That's all you need. One door. Lock the door. Yeah, drawbridge in front of the front door. Yeah. Or drawbridge in front of the windows. So you can like scream close the blast doors. Close the blast doors. Just wait until a dragon shows up and burns down your drawbridge and you're like, that was made of obsidian. What the fuck? But although, you know, everybody talks about being super excited about the magic system for Dwarf Fortress. That's not the update that I'm excited for. I just want better sieges. I want the baddies to show up with frickin' catapults. Because that's planned. That's planned. And that's what I'm looking forward to. I want the bad guys to show up with fucking catapults and ballistas and shit. And spend a week like setting up stuff. Oh hey, what's up, H2O? Thanks for being number one. Well, number two. You're number one in my heart. But all well. Yeah, all's well. Mostly, anyway. I pulled a caterpillar off my kale today and threw it like across the apartment lot, so it's not on my kale anymore. So yeah, that's pretty good. That's basically all I did today. I ended up getting takeout last night because I was in a very lazy mood and did not feel like cooking, which is rare for me. I usually feel like cooking. So instead I got myself sushi, which means I woke up with extremely high blood sugar this morning. I wanted to fucking die. But I'm okay now, so it's fine. I'm probably down out of like the atmosphere now. So all's well now. All wasn't well when I woke up, but all's well now. Although all is not well for that caterpillar. That caterpillar is in a lot of pieces. Will it be possible to dig a ditch under them and have them collapse into a lake? To give you an idea, somebody on the subreddit a while ago, using DF hack, you can embark anywhere. Embarked on a elven settlement with 7 dwarves and 7 picks, and then spent like 20 minutes digging underneath their tree houses and caving them into lava. Like, straight down into lava. Just straight down, just pumped lava up from the underground underneath them and dumped them straight into lava. So, yes. Yes, you could absolutely do. You could set up, like, mobile, with the current mechanics, you could make collapsible floors that would cave in underneath, things and fall onto spikes and stuff. Like you could already make like collapsing caves just with switches and like supports and stuff. Like you can already do that stuff. But I don't know. I fear the day for when I build my defenses and then the enemies just start digging towards me. I fear that day. I very much fear that day. I mean, I could already just cave this in instead of manually deconstructing, which would probably be safer, actually. Might also, like, randomly kill somebody. So, I don't know. But how you doing today, H12? Thanks for the $1. That's actually, like, a second money thing that happened today. Got a resub earlier from Peter, which was very kind of him. So, thanks for the first bits of the stream. I just got an email about a mobile game that I will never play nor care about. I'm suddenly worried about this corner. Let's just deconstruct that. Or cancel that deconstruction. Also, apparently, me and my stream team are going to try and watch the E3 stuff that's happening, if we can. Assuming we can find it through means that is safe to broadcast and not get DMCA'd off the planet, because they like to use copywritten music and whatnot. But if we can find a way that's safe to broadcast that, we're going to watch that stuff. Of course, like, are we actually going to be interested in 99% of it? Probably not. What were you fighting with? Damn it! Quevenair went splat. Something fell. And Quevenair went splat. Damn it. I should have kept staring at that, but I was like, everything is safe. He must have, like, walked over a tile as it was getting deconstructed. Quite the drop, yeah. Damn it. Splat. Can they even get to him? Oh, yeah, they haven't found him yet. They don't know that he's dead yet. I need parachute backpacks? Yeah, that. Well, they'll go find him. Damn it. Hey, Norstat, how are you doing? Chat, can I get some Fs in chat for Quevenair? Or a round of beers? Because this dwarf is standing right there and still hasn't seen him. There you go. Now they see him. It was a good dwarf. It was a good dwarf. If a dwarf is never found and no one goes, will they assume he's missing? Yep. You will eventually start getting missing notifications popping up. And when you start getting missing notifications popping up, it usually means that they're just dead. But then it's a matter of finding them, because a dwarf actually has to see them for them to realize that they're dead. Which is why in the unit screen, it doesn't just say dead. It says dead/missing. And there's plenty of missing creatures. Like, I currently have a bunch of missing cows. A bunch of missing boars. A missing marmot. Missing stray horse. Been pretty busy lately. I'm all right. Today's pretty good. Yeah, no complaints. I'm all right. Had takeout last night. It was good. Just streaming. Still kind of like riding the high of my birthday stream, frankly. $2,000 for practically for Doctors Without Borders is a big thumbs up. They all went to the dwarf in the sky. Just wait until Tarn figures out how to let us mine clouds, and then we can make flying fortresses. Just wait. Dwarves will find the technology eventually. You're always working and studying at this point. Yeah, that's fair. So shoutouts to Quevenair, who will be very sad probably. Came from the realm of YouTubes. Well, thanks, Nordstad. Cheers. Although, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, I think it's still open. If people actually want to wish me a belated birthday, I need to sign into Tiltify, apparently. Does this still work? There you go. If anybody actually wants to wish me a belated birthday, you can still chuck money at my birthday fundraiser, which is currently sitting at $1,864.69. I'm not saying someone should donate $6 to make it go up to $1,869.69, but someone should do that. Someone should do that. We blasted past that $1,500 goal, so I was very proud of that. Also, thank you very much, Norstat, for chucking us up into the ether and it landing on Black Rose. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Cheers. But yeah, no, it's that's the thing that I'm actually kind of proud of. But let's see what art got doodled of Quevinair on the wall. This is an image of Quevinair and the dwarf trees. Quevinair is laboring. The artwork relates to the start as a weaver of the dwarf Quevinair, door-inked in the wilds. In the wilds? Door-inked in the wilds. This dwarf had a title. In the wilds in the early winter of 241. Shoutouts. Rest in peace. You poor goddamn dwarf. All right, now due to the accident, I think what I will do is I will put a support here. And we will just simply cave this in from safety of far away. And we will name this lever temp lever delete later. There we go. Because I will be deleting that lever later. Well, thanks for paying that forward. Cheers, Black Rose. You didn't need to do that, but cheers. Check, and I got a couple more beers. Need a few extras. Thank you very much. Mudstone, never change. You're about to sub anyway. Someone else can enjoy it. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Temp, fix, delete later. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has some... Uh-oh. King has a new demand. A black bronze table in your dining room. All right, well, I can do that. I just knocked my tilde key off. Typing too intensely. Just knocked the tilde key off. Whoops. My finger hit escape to back out of that menu, but I bumped into tilde, and tilde just went flying. Sorry, tilde. Hacker typing? What, keys just flying off the keyboard while just typing? Hitting the keyboard so hard, the keys just start going everywhere. I think I just missed a big lava flow. Boo. Alright. How much more needs to be deconstructed? Basically just... Nope. Now I've hit... Caps lock. Dwarf Fortress. When everything is broken, you've probably hit caps lock. Okay, so the next thing we got to do is go up to that temp lever, delete later, and go here and hit add new task and go support. Nope, that's upright spikes. Support. Mudstone pillar. I'm going to link that up. Also, I can deconstruct these two supports. This is going to cause a lot of damage. I'm going to need to repair, but repairing damage is way safer than... repairing damage is a lot safer than deconstructing stuff. So instead, we'll do a controlled cave-in. But thanks everybody for helping keep this channel funded, one sub at a time. Because not very many people get to hang out and have this really cool job. All right, there's one piece of flooring I'd like to build. And then it's just a matter of waiting for them to put both of the mechanisms into there, because I haven't yet. Once both the mechanisms are in there, then we go up top and pull the lever, and then, you know, we can see some smoke and flames. Should be good. Hopefully the whole thing doesn't cave in, because that'd be bad. Probably won't. Probably won't. So, now we go to the celebrate please room, because it's safe. Give him a minute to run upstairs. And cool. Temp lever is just inside of that. So now we just need all of the dwarves to finish running up there. Just make sure that there's nobody out here. Just glance around and see if we see any dwarves. I don't see any dwarves. Everybody's running upstairs and pull the lever. Who's ready for some fireworks? Chat. Hope you're ready for some fireworks. I hope that they connected that, otherwise this will be awkward. I think they did. Did they? Nope, they just haven't pulled the lever yet. All right, Axon. Get up there and pull the damn lever. Fireworks. Time. Happen. Now. All right, now we got some repairs that we gotta do. A lot of repairs that we gotta do. Fortunately, nobody died. No, that's just clay. Clay is totally fine. But you never installed all the damn time. Or it's usually like a game that I bought when I was drunk, and then I'm like, why did I buy that? The fuck's wrong with me? Something collapsed on the surface. No. I mean, repairing stuff is much safer than, you know, the alternative. This actually is a very easy repair job that I can do in, you know, maybe a day. This is far safer than the alternative. People died doing what we did previously. Rebuilding stuff is far safer. Nobody was recovered so far. I mean, the only blood-looking substance was actually just mud, so I think we're good. I think we're good. It's okay. In like a day or so, it'll all look like new, and you will never know that I definitely just like destroyed a walkway, caving in a thing intentionally. Temp fix, please ignore. See, here comes all the dwarves. They're here to repair the stuffs. My mayor has ended a mandate. What does that mean? Okay, means I can export stuff now. And my dwarf is constructing a black bronze table, which is good for the king, because the king demands a black bronze table in his dining room, so we got to get on that. Otherwise, the king's going to put us in prison, which is bad. I mean, depends on who he's putting in prison, actually. Some dwarves don't mind it. Some dwarves actually really like being in prison, which I think is very funny. It's one of my... some dwarves are actively happier in prison than they are outside of prison, which is never going to get old as far as I'm concerned. Tame the T-Rex in Arca, level 192. Huh. Neat. Isn't, like... Arca's when, like, to tame animals, you tie them up and then just, like, beat them with food until they agree to be your friend, right? Like, that's basically how that works, if I'm not mistaken. That is the king's dining room, right? Yes. So that should do it. Now they just need to construct that. That's half the repair work done so far. But yeah, chat, I'm thinking War Sim tonight, by the way. For anybody who may be wondering. Hey, look, the doors are dancing and singing. Anyway, temp lever, delete later. There you go, delete that. Arrows, food, and patience. Gotcha. What, jam food in their face until they agree to stick around? Yes, we're definitely talking about dating. I mean, it's not as bad as dating in Harvest Moon, where it's like you follow them to their house, you figure out what they really, really like, and then you give them that, and then you give them that every day until they agree to bang you. But, you know. But cheers, Newell. Hopefully I'm not butchering your name. But thanks for lurking long enough to receive a gift sub. Now, see, all of this might look like blood, but I swear it's just clay. I swear it's just clay from the damage. But I do need to replace this flooring now to make that go away. Because it destroyed the flooring and is showing the clay that's underneath it. Got to replace all that nice flooring. What, just follow you around and figure out exactly what you like and then just give them that every day until they agree to stick around? I mean, we call that stalking, but I mean, everybody knows that Harvest Moon is just the premier stalking simulator. That's all it is. It's really just the stock. It's just a stalking simulator. Also, can I just say that I love that Ark Survival Evolved started off as like dinosaur taming, and now it's just like, also there's fucking dragons and giant scorpions and shit. Lava. It's like it's turned into just like Smash Brothers for mythical creatures. It's like, oh, this exists? Yeah, sure. Why don't we add that? Yeah, look at that camera angle. It's so good, Peter, right? It actually makes me nervous as it flows towards the camera, though. It's like, it's like this camera is like over on another peak, right? Just like pointed at volcano, but like, it's all good. Exactly. It's all good until the camera falls over. It's really funny when people walk right in front of the camera here, and it's like, oh my god. But yeah, no, it's pretty far away. It's just a very, very, very powerful zoom. But it's like, my god. My god. Not many things more dwarfy than this shit. Like, you've seen hot ones, but man, have you seen Earth's hot ones? It's so fucking good looking. Love that shit. Earth's pretty cool. Anyway, we're getting those repairs done. I might just, like, dump all these blocks out of here. They're just blocks. Is that blood or mud? I don't know about this one. Oh, that's Kia blood. That's totally fine. I think we may have killed a Kia on the way down, chat. I think we may have annihilated a Kia somewhere in there on the way down. Perfect. Nothing of value was lost. That or there was Kia blood in the construction. One of the two. Good riddance. You're right. It's like, oh, we caved in a building and also we squished some cockroaches. Good. Excellent. As it was designed. All right. I think those are nice. That's all mudstone. Like I said, not that bad of a repair job. Those evil, evil, evil parrots, yes. Hope to see me another time. I will be here another time. I will be here in 10 minutes, too. I'll also be here tomorrow. But not the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is my day off. But I will be here tomorrow as well. And then I'll be here again on Saturday and Sunday. But then gone again on Monday. But then back again on Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday. Etc. Until I can't do it no more. And of course, if you miss a stream, VODs are archived on the YouTube. So if you're like, man, I wish there was more of that, but you maybe don't have time to make it here, there's always the YouTube channel. I'm just getting rid of some of these old mudstone blocks. We don't need them. We don't need them. I think that was a pretty swift repair job. You know, like we decided we had to do it that way in the name of the dwarf that was lost. Also, King is enraptured. Doesn't feel anything after being unable to acquire anything. Well, you're a king. It's hard to acquire more things as a king, King. We are getting rid of so many random blocks. Just to get them out of here. Hey. I mean, most parrots in the wild are absolute menaces to society, so. It's gonna take us a while to clean this mess up, though. I will say that. Sometimes I just go silent because I get distracted by a thing, and I got distracted by a thing. So you used to be able to watch streams just on Tiltify, right? And I got caught in the, please click here for the best experience because you are not on Twitch TV. And it's like, man, I really wish that Twitch still allowed us to embed streams on websites. But I digress. It's just kind of wild to me that they don't allow us to do that anymore. Yeah, good talk so far today about various dwarfy things and various things that are not dwarfy. I'm also happy that the volcano is spewing lots of lava again. It got kind of boring for a couple of weeks there. There wasn't much going on. So, current count on the day. -1 dwarf. -1. very unfortunate. Never want to lose a dwarf, but can't keep them all alive, unfortunately. How are we doing on... Looks like we powered through all of our wood supply, which is also good. Dwarfy topics, like the demographics of Canada. Well, I mean, we also spoke about other things that were more dwarfy, or more traditionally dwarfy anyway. Yeah. Also, apparently, I need to yawn. It's time to pour more fucking coffee, man. Winter is upon us. Maybe I should just lock the doors in the tavern. I mean, we talked about dwarfy mental health for a while there. And how a lot of people don't look at that screen because it's big and scary, where it's like maybe the most important screen in the game currently. But I'm very curious to see how all of the moods and stuff and visuals of dwarves are going to be pieced out into different screens. Squeens? What the fuck's a squeen? Screens. That's making me squeamish. All of these squeens. But winter is upon us, and the king's new table is in his tavern. So I think it is time for us to turn on the celebrate screen. We're all gonna just hang out in the tavern for a bit, now that those repairs are done, and pretend that we are in that one great big sea song. Squinter is coming. Yeah, the Quinter is coming. But pretend that we're in that one great big sea song, and pretend it's like the night that Pat Murphy died, because it's a night I'll never forget, because some of the boys got loaded drunk and they ain't got sober yet. Every time that bottle was passed around, everybody's feeling gay. And Billy came with the bagpipes for music for a play. And that's how they show their respect for Patty Murphy. I need to listen to more Great Big Sea. Vocalist of that band, who I can't remember the name of off the top of my head, has early onset dementia, which is very, very sad. And he's pretty young, too. He's like in his mid-50s. It's always looking at how different countries do their demographic stuff. I feel like there's probably just like a big online database for all that, but I'm probably totally wrong. But it is kind of interesting knowing that, oh, 2% of the Canadians have like a Dutch heritage. It's like, well, I guess I'm in that 2%. It's weird being cut down to a simple statistic, you know what I mean? It's really quite weird, but also kind of comforting at the same time, I guess. Also, I think we need to play more Leonard the Legislator, because that Warsim VOD is doing real well on YouTube. The YouTube channel loves Warsim. I think that that's very interesting, but the Warsim videos on the YouTube channel do really, really, really well. So I think that tonight is probably going to be some more Warsim of Leonard the Legislator. Let's see how evil we can be in that game before they just kill us in our sleep. The answer is probably not very evil. They'll probably just kill us in our sleep, but my overall goal is to enslave all of the living and have nothing but demons running the lands. So we'll see if we can pull that off. So good news is we are below 50 dwarves now. Bad news is we're below 50 dwarves now, which means no big monsters will show up. That doesn't surprise me at all, actually. That does not surprise me at all. The vast, like, my best friend is, like, just fully Polish. Not going to out what his last name is, but you take one look at his last name and you go, yep, Also, I like this. The militia camp captain stabs the great horned owl in the upper body with her spear, tearing apart the muscle and shattering the left false ribs, tearing apart the heart. Tearing apart the heart. A major artery has been opened by the attack. No shit. A tendon has been in the left false rib has been torn. The great horned owl is propelled away by the force of the blow. The militia captain stabs the great horned owl in the right foot with her spear, tearing apart the muscle. And an artery has been opened by the attack, and a motor nerve has been severed. The great horned owl's right wing skids along the ground, bruising the muscle. And the militia captain stabs the great horned owl in the right lower leg with her spear, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Talk about overkill. The most mayor of arteries. It's not even the major artery, it's the mayor of arteries. Stabbed him in the heart. No shit, an artery's been torn. All of the arteries have been torn. The arteries are no longer going to work because there's nothing left of the arteries. All that's left is just shredded matter. That poor goddamn owl. I realize that all wild animals are hostile and open to be hunted, but it's like, great horned owls are a beautiful creature. You shouldn't be hunting those, dwarves. It's like, I like you guys, but like, stop it. Stop it. Seriously. Poor owls don't deserve that. I saw a great horned owl last winter. I was going for a walk late at night and came around a corner and felt a wind over my head. And I looked up and there was just an owl sitting on a dead rat. I think the rat was just dead. Or it was like a very large rodent. I assume it was a rat, but it was a large rodent on the ground and there was just a great horned owl sitting on it. I mean, I wouldn't have heard it anyway because I had my headphones in. But I immediately took my headphones out and it just looked at me. It did the thing where like its head spun all the way around on its axis and it just looked at me. It just stared at me. And we just stared at each other for like, I don't know, it felt like a really long time, but it was probably like 15 seconds and then it just flew away. Beautiful birds. Beautiful, beautiful birds. We've got quite a few owls up in one of the local parks that's very, very, very large. We also have like coyotes and shit, but coyotes more rabbits than any owl could eat in a night. So it's like a fucking rabbit buffet. You never see them? I see them sometimes. I'm one of those weirdos who will go for walks late at night, so I do see them. But I go for walks at like 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes, so that's why I see them. It's funny because like my mom gets mad at me when she hears that I go for walks super late at night, but it's like, come on. I'm kind of a tall, relatively healthy, skinny white dude. No one's gonna bother me. The worst that I've ever had happen is someone tried to sell me heroin. And I just kind of looked at him like, really? Do I look that drug addicty? Come on. Have some respect. It's like, I realize, yes, I smoke a lot of weed, but like, come on. You were looking at the 2006, not the 2016 one? Oh, really? Huh. So in 2006, you're saying 63% of the people in my province were of European heritage, and now it's 29.39? Yeah, I believe that. And the rest is probably all East Indian. And holy shit, look at that dance. Look at the size of that dance. That might be the biggest dance I've seen in this fortress ever. Oh, so wait. So what is the 29.39%? Is now European? Oh, specifically English heritage. I was going to say, like, no, okay, fair enough. The fuchsia velvet. They're actually doing a dwarven dance. Are they doing multiple dance, or are they doing... Yeah, so all of the dwarves are doing one dance. I've got a dwarf over here playing a Keurig, which is definitely not a coffee maker, I swear. Dwarves singing and simulating handheld instruments. They should just be playing the handheld instruments. All these dwarves are dancing over on the other side of the tavern. Got this dwarf who's watching. This dwarf is a baby and doesn't know what's going on. This dwarf's watching, probably because holding baby. This dwarf is praying to the god of death. So, you know, this dwarf's getting drunk. Fair enough. Two kids watching the dance. Singing. Performing. Dwarf air guitar? No, literally, yeah, that's what it is. They will literally play air guitar if they don't have the instruments. We do actually have the instruments. Maybe they just don't know how to play it. Yeah, lots of lava coming out of the volcano right now. Although it's on the wrong camera. But I actually think that this is an impressive amount of dance for Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion. So someone in the volcano chat just said this volcano could continue erupting like this for decades. And then someone is just like, wait, so does that mean that I can continue to be this unproductive for decades? Just staring at this fucking live stream of a volcano for decades. I mean, I could see myself watching a live stream of a volcano for a few decades. Question is, can I continue to be this unproductive for decades? Just hanging out and watching shit in this live stream. Also, everybody's freaking out about those lava flows, and I'm sitting here going like, they had 800-meter high lava flows not too long ago. Like, just spewing out the top. Look at all of that socializing. So the green socializing is like just passive, but if it's pink, it means that they are actively getting a good thought out of it. So our mayor is serving wine right now, and our mayor is getting actively good, probably satisfied at work thoughts, I would assume, because that's a job. This dwarf is pondering blood vessels and is very ecstatic about it. It's content after pondering blood vessels. Anybody that sticks to something a moment longer than they have to is an idiot. Look at this philosophy from this dwarf. Anybody that sticks to something a moment longer than they have to is an idiot. Hear that, chat? If you stick to something for a moment longer than you have to, black hole here thinks you're an idiot. Also, I need to go check my blood sugar because I was out of whack this morning. And so I gave myself a big correction shot, and I need to make sure that I'm not crashing down into danger zone. So back in a sec. A giant fuck off crack in their country that moves two more open centimeters per year. Okay, so if Iceland has a giant fucking crack in their country that gets 2 centimeters bigger every year, then the U.S. has giant fucking cracks in their country that get massive every 4 years, and then vanish sometimes, and then get massive again. 2 on the nose? 78,171 American immigrants or ancestry. Wait, what? The smallest ethnic group of my province is Jewish. Doesn't surprise me at all, actually. Don't see very many Jewish people around. Zero 0.39% of the population. I get, you know what's funny is there's like, you don't see very many like Jewish religious centers in my province, but you do see a lot of Ukrainian. There's a lot of like Ukrainian Orthodox centers and around where I'm from. Oh, one of the cameras is busted. Or lost signal. There are more Welsh Canadians in British Columbia than Jewish. Not by a lot, but we're talking like 1.71% versus, or rather 0.39% versus 2.5%, but still. That's still like a lot more. Chat, do you guys find watching the dwarves hang out in the tavern as entertaining as I do? Or am I just weird? Because I do genuinely find watching all of the dwarves just like hang out and dance and socialize and all that stuff very oddly fascinating. There's like 3 Ukrainian Orthodox churches within within walking distance of where I live. And during normal times, there's one that's very close to me, or one of the 3, I will just say. On Sundays, always has Saturdays and Sundays always has a for a $5 donation to their church, they will give you cabbage rolls, sausage, and pierogi, which is amazing. So I used to get that shit every Sunday. You love watching the dwarves relax in the tavern or various guild halls? It's such a neat mechanic. Yeah, I really hope that Tarn gets around to implementing the tavern games, which is another thing that he wants to implement for taverns. So they can play dice games, which is why there's dice in the game. Dice games, and they can play various little gambling games. They could play like an equivalent of like poker and do other various things. I don't know. I also want to see Tarn implement like smoking for that reason, so that we can see them like hang out at around like a hookah or something, because I think that would be a really neat mechanic. That is awesome. With respect to the church giving food for a donation, there's another there was an Ethiopian center which unfortunately just closed that would also do a donate to the center for a very small sum of money, and you get a massive fucking plate of food. And they unfortunately stopped doing that very recently. But like up until like October last year, and now it's like it's being renovated right now and turned into a giant fucking like, yo, we'll build your house center for if you're a billionaire bullshit. But it used to up until very recently, like it still was like, yo, like donate some money to the food bank and we'll give you a massive plate of rice and food. Or if you are either dishonest or someone in need, you can just get free food from them. You like you like pipes? They're stylish. I like pipes until they become I like hookah lounges until they become COVID-19 hotspots. Also, someone gave $5 to the volcano stream. Apparently, you can tip them now. They didn't have that turned on until recently. So good for them. Maybe I should give them $5 for, you know, giving me all this Twitch content. You're just allowed 3 human bards into your fortress. Please tell me you didn't fuck up again. No, 3 human bards are fine. The thing is, if they do decide to become permanent residences, just be warned, you will have to make large clothing for them. Having human bards in your fortress is actually like kind of awesome. We had a human bard who lived and died of old age in this fortress, although he got a little tantrumy towards the end because he wanted to see family and was lonely, and I felt kind of bad. But it was a good human. We had one ewe that ran around in this fortress for a while. Didn't live for very long because humans die at like 70. Basically, all that it means is you might want to make, like, assuming you have a clothing setup, you might want to go to your clother shops, or leather shop, Leatherworks, and say make a cloth dress, and then hit details, and then specify size, and whoopsies, hit the wrong button, and then details, specify size, and then specify for humans. It gets a little annoying because all worlds have, like, chameleon men, cheetah men, elephant seal men, elk men, or I don't know, jackal men, or lizard men, plump helmet men. But by default, it's size for dwarves, which is dwarves, elves, and goblins will fit that. But you'll need to find human and specify for humans. So just make a couple pairs of pants and a couple pairs of socks and a couple pairs of shoes, and just kind of have those hanging around so that, when their clothes wear out every couple of years, they can swap, because they'll want that, and they will go nuts if they don't get clothing. So if they do petition to become permanent residents of the fort. Oh, also, make a couple beds. And either just set them as a dormitory so that they can just stay there, or assign it to location, which I actually have set up down here. These beds, assigned to location. Current available long-term residence. So if I free this bedroom, I can just do it again for you. Hit R to make it into a normal bed, and then hit L to assign location, and then select what location. But the Simple Dinner is my tavern, so assign it for a long-term resident. So if you have bards that are long-term residents, which is what you just allowed, they will then go sleep and store their stuff in those bedrooms. Basically, you need to attach bedrooms to a tavern, right? Because it's a tavern/inn. So now, by doing that, they officially become part of the inn, and then they can go stay there. Wouldn't include converts. I mean, like, another statistic says I mean, that would be why there aren't a lot of Jewish religious centers around here. Yet, 3 of my mods are Jewish. So there's that. So, go figure out that statistic. Although one of them doesn't really come around much these days. Actually, 2 of them don't really come around all that much these days. One of them's here all the time, though. Audio's here all the time, but... How many mods are there overall? Well, it's more how many people watch my stream. Darren, you're making me hungry, god damn it. I mean, that would just be me. I'm getting caught up on chat. My blood sugar's a little low, so reading chat's difficult. But getting caught up on chat, Black Rose, that's just me. Like that's just me and my cupboard that has a couple of pipes. Maybe not dozens, but I do own a couple of pipes. They're a very easy thing to collect. What, you own 4 pipes, H2O? Or 4 beds or humans? Having leftover rice and popcorn chicken? Ooh. I have been throwing around the idea for a while of... So I know a guy who does custom glass. Or rather, I know a guy who knows a guy who does custom glass. And I've been thinking for a long time about doing a limited run of water pipes or bongs themed after the kind of skull theme that I've got going. Been thinking about that for a while. At some point, I'm going to pull the trigger. When I have more money than brains, at some point, I'm going to pull the trigger on that and commission a bunch of custom glass. And ship those to people. Those would be hard to ship to people, though. That's kind of the main thing that's keeping me from doing that, is I realize that mailing glass is, well, breakable. It's like, how much do I trust international shipping? Although, you know what I learned the other day? I learned the other day that Teespring, the company that I sell my merch through, they sell pint glasses now, apparently. You ain't much of a bong person? I mean, I've shown my pipe off on stream before. My go-to is made of ceramic, and I bought it off from Germany, so... Don't worry about international shipping. Worry about people stealing it. I mean, I worry about international shipping because, like, take it from the guy that worries about it. No, I mean, true. I've bought a couple of records from, like, Sweden and Russia. Actually, most of my holy fuck records came from Sweden. But for me, it's more just a, like, the longer it's in transit, the more likely things are to shatter, you know? Keeps breaking his glass bongs. I don't know how people, like, okay, so as somebody who has owned a number of coffee pour-overs over the years, I don't understand how people break glass things so easily. People are just very clumsy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, abnormally careful about stuff, but yeah, no. Also, I need to put credit where credit's due here. Hold on a second. For those of you who like listening to me ramble about records, this guy actually knows what he's talking about. As I don't. Well, sort of do. On certain very specific subjects, I know what I'm talking about. But go watch Aaron the Metal Theologian, because partially blame that guy for me actually getting into record collecting and pulling that trigger. Partially. There's a lot of factors in there, but that's one of like a dozen. There's an international statistic for Canadians of Indian ancestry, a 4%. Well, of BC percentage. You know, it's funny because you'd probably out the part of town I live in for that. 309,000. I feel like it's higher, but that's just because of where I live. It's like the vast. It's like the over the hill majority of the people who live around here, where I'm from. First one was worth $200, and it was when he broke in half in his hands. How? How? You're really glad I'm not a Fortnite streamer? Nah. I like... It's funny that you say that because I've literally never actually played Fortnite. Like, I've never even installed the damn... Like, I have the Epic Games Launcher installed because they keep giving away free games. So I'm like, fuck it, free shit, I'll take that. But, like, I've never actually played Fortnite. But I do play the game that inspired the game that inspired the game that inspired the game that made Fortnite exist. Because Dwarf Fortress... inspired the level generation of Infiniminer, which was a game made by Zach, who went on to make Zachtronics, who makes like Space Chem and other indecipherable games for smart people. And Minecraft was originally an Infiniminer clone, which then inspired and helped rekindle the whole survival craft genre. And Epic Games prototyped Fortnite to be a game where you go around and cut down trees and build a base with friends and defend against weird zombies that would be in the world. And then eventually it became a tower defense thing and then became Fortnite Save the World. So in a way, without Dwarf Fortress existing, Fortnite wouldn't exist. I've seen In Flames 6 times now, I think. 6 times. I'm pretty sure it's been 6 times that I've seen In Flames now. Yeah. And the last time I saw them, Anders was so fucking sick with a cold. He couldn't sing. So all he did was harsh vocals. And my friend who was with me, who was a really big, like, thrash metal guy, was just like, yeah, this is way better than their normal shows. Because their normal shows are like, you know, they've kind of gone down that new metal route with their modern stuff. So he doesn't like any other new stuff. He likes, like, you know, the stuff that they did, like, in the early 2000s at the latest. And so it was kind of funny because it was, like, just harsh vocal covers of all of their new shit. Because he couldn't sing at all. It was just like, I have a cold, so bleh. Yeah, during normal season, I've been a concert junkie since I turned 19. So basically, like, I'm 27 now, so it's like on the low end, during concert season, so like August until Christmas, I will go to 3 shows a month. On the high end, I will go to 5 shows a week during concert season. Because I'm super fucking lucky. We have like a dozen venues in Vancouver, and most of these shows are like under $10. Like, they're just super cheap. And it's like, yeah, I'll go see Ninja Spy and Prong for $9 in a pub. Fuck yeah. Like, no questions asked there. Much less now. Is that just because of, like, just not being close to a show's hotspot at this point, or lack of interest? Are you not in the credits? Because you should be. You're on my document. What? Let me go search for a thing. Because you literally should be. But if you're not, that's literally just, like, user error on my part. Hold on a second. You're not in the credits. Okay, then that's user error on my part. Blame Patreon for making things difficult. Because half the people have their real names on Patreon, which doesn't make things easier. Yeah. No, user error on my part. You're in the one document, but not the right document. Fixing that. There you go. Now you are. Literally user error. Yeah, to be fair, yeah, I totally forgot to add Stone in too. But then Stone changed his name, which made things even harder. Also, Stone is real name on Patreon, which is part of the reason why that's difficult. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot. It's weird. It's like a lot of bands will either come to Vancouver frequently or never come to Vancouver. Like, we get during normal times, we get a yearly Dark Tranquility show. I can literally go see Dark Tranquility once a year if I want to. And it's like a cheap venue and usually a $20 show. So I go see Dark Tranquility every year during normal times. We're into late winter now. I think we'll go back to, I think we'll do a round of clothing production this spring and go back to trying to dig out that glass tube because I've got a lot more glass that I need to put in there. Yeah, I can go see Dark Tranquility every year if I want to. And they usually tour with, I don't know, a lot of fun Scandinavian bands. So, I don't know. I'm kind of spoiled being in Vancouver. Kind of spoiled. Stats can be fun, Stone. Stats can be fun. This is why, like, YouTube is a problem for me. Because I see the graphs go up, and then I see the graphs go down, and then I do a thing to fix the graphs going down, and I'm like, I hate YouTube. This is turning me into a monster. I absolutely hate this shit. Also, this is just a comment for the Metal Theologian. The other person who, like, made me snap and start streaming vinyl the way I do is this guy. Where's Cody? It's not on anymore. Damn it. My favorite Australian. And Twitch is making finding people very difficult. Twitch, why do you keep giving me the mobile website? What is wrong with you? Yeah, this person. He was the first person I saw, like, actually just streaming records. I'm like... Okay, yeah, he literally just ended his stream. But yeah, no, that guy is the I guess, end game for where people like me want to get to. In the second most diverse region of the UK, and clearly the best region of the UK since first is London, and nobody likes London. That's kind of like Canada. It's like whenever I hear people say nice things about Toronto, my head explodes because it's like, why the fuck would you want to live? It's like whenever anybody says anything nice about Toronto or Ontario, my brain hurts. Because it's like, how could you say anything nice about either of those cities? Those are the worst cities in the world. But people like them, apparently. I don't know. But and then, like, everybody, like, romanticizes London, and then you're just like, why would anybody like London? Like, I completely agree. How are these dwarves all doing? Yeah, we might need to let them out of the tavern now. Some of them are getting into arguments. Nothing major, but there's no red moods that I've seen. Just bored, because I want to practice crafts. You want to fight? Well, okay. Clay, you're in that squad, right? Yeah. Let's let A squad go and train. My brother was born in Ontario. It's nothing good about Ontario. Wrong button. That button. Turn off that. Let them go back. Alright, let's start digging. Alright, so that's just above us, which is fine. So we just need to, I guess, finish this upper layer first. I'm born and raised Vancouver, British Columbia, which is why I absolutely despise Ontario. I mean, part of it is sports, right? Like, Like let's be honest for a second here. Part of it is just like, oh, fuck their hockey teams. You know, part of like my dislike of Toronto is fuck their hockey teams. But like in reality, the reason I dislike Toronto is because I've been stuck in the Toronto airport a couple of times, and that is the worst airport to be stuck in. It is such an unpleasant goddamn airport. I hate that airport with a passion. And I've been stuck in that airport overnight before, for various reasons, due to like delayed flights and stuff. So it's like that's my actual hatred for that place, but also Toronto Maple Leafs fans are assholes, and yeah. Fuck Toronto. It's more that than anything. Also, like, Vancouver's better, so, like, why would anybody like Toronto when you could, you know, go anywhere else? Like, literally anywhere else. There's so many better cities than Toronto. Toronto's just big and flat. They got nothing. They got the coolest thing Toronto has is a really big tower. If that's not compensating for something, then, like, I don't know what is. Look at us. We have a really big pointy stick. Cool. You did it. Congrats. Nobody cares. There's a parallel universe where you move to Toronto rather than San Francisco. I mean, like I'm sure it's fine to live there and everything. Like, it's just a city. But, like, on the quality scale of cities, if given every city in Canada has an option of a place to move, Toronto is, like, bottom tier. I would rather live in Seattle than Toronto. Like, genuinely, I would rather live in Seattle. Even though Seattle is, like, a fucking, like, nightmare of gentrification, but... It was the tallest, yeah, it was the tallest building in the world, and then Dubai was like, excuse me, we got money! I mean, okay, okay, I will say that it is better to have the X tallest building in the world in the CN Tower than another Canadian city which just has the biggest mall. Like, who fucking cares about the biggest mall, especially in the current year? In a brutalist train station. I mean, I kind of like brutalist architecture, but... And there is affordable property. I mean, yeah, that is also true. I mean, I'm watching, like, where... the part of town that I lived in, when I moved in here, there was 2 high-rises. There's now 13. There was 2. Now there's 13. And that's just it since 2014. And they're currently building 5 more. I've been in outside of the West Edmonton Mall. I've never actually been in the West Edmonton Mall. I considered going into the West Edmonton Mall, but we decided that it was probably a waste of money and we should go back to the metal festival that we were at, because I was in Edmonton last year for a metal festival. Or not last year. Year before, 2019, whenever. What year is it? The last normal year for a metal festival. So. Yeah, that's fine. I can just dig ramps. Was it post Darth Mall? The one thing scarier than West Edmonton Mall is Darth Mall. A fake Sith name like other Sith? I'll be completely honest with you, Stone. I never thought that hard about Darth Maul. Or anything to do with Star Wars, to be totally honest with you. He's so hardcore he didn't need to. I mean, he also fell in two, so. And then got put on the spoder legs as far as cartoon watchers are concerned. Yeah, see, spoder. Spoder legs. How often do you try to post that emote, Dorstat, and it's just banned? Because I feel like it's probably pretty frequently, because I love that emote. Such a good spider. Look at all of that Galena ore. Look at all that lovely, lovely lead and silver. Should start mining that. Doing all that digging. Good thing Sheev had a fake name. I mean, Sheev is a really stupid name. You know, honestly, when I learned about fucking his real name being Sheev, that was kind of the point where Star Wars died for me, because I was like, I don't know. I just at that instant second. Crypt Cry is the closest you have to a spoder. It's literally level 4 hype trains, which is very difficult to get. And very expensive to get. So. We had an opportunity to get it around my birthday, and nobody got it. We all got the... What was it? We got this instead. Because stupid Twitch emote loot boxes. Bloody surprise mechanics. Yeah, I mean, Dooku just sounds like a Green Day album. But, like, I don't know. I got used to Dooku. Sheev is just like, I don't know. It sounds like someone sneezed and they were like, yeah, ship it. I think Count Dooku works because it's Count. Like, the Count part makes it work. But I don't know. Sheev is just... Because there's a Star Wars mod for Dwarf Fortress, right? And I played the Star Wars mod a couple weeks ago, for May the 4th, just for the joke. And, you know, I was enjoying it and playing it. And then I uploaded the VODs to YouTube, and I got a bunch of comments from people that were, like, wildly offended that I've never seen the cartoons. And it actually ended with me banning 2 people from my comment section because they kept on commenting about how they were going to comment every day that I need to watch the cartoons, because I was pretty blunt about I don't like Star Wars. Like, I enjoyed Star Wars as much as any kid who grew up in the mid-2000s enjoyed Star Wars when I was younger. But, like, I've always kind of just been a Star Trek person. I like Star Trek a lot more. I don't really like... Especially, like, I love episodes 4, 5, and 6. Those are fucking classics. The prequels are fine. Like, they're not great, but they're fine. They're mostly watchable movies outside of maybe the second one. Clone Wars is pretty bad. But, like, they're watchable movies, and they're an enjoyable kind of continuum of lore. And I like the music a whole lot. But, like, I prefer Star Trek in kind of every single way. And there was a few people who were like, but the writing is so good in this fucking 9-season-long cartoon. I'm just like, I don't have the energy for that shit. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't have the energy for that shit. I'm not going to sit down and watch 9 seasons of fucking cartoons. Avatar was like the last time I did that, and I'm not doing that again. And even Avatar fucking betrayed me on that shit. Because, like, The Last Airbender was incredible, and then they put out the fucking Legend of Korra, which was awful. God, I don't understand how people like that stupid show. That show's so fucking bad. Yes, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah. I fucking adored, like, the original Avatar: The Last Airbender. It was so fucking good. Super goddamn good. But, like, that Legend of Korra, that was laughably terrible. Couldn't stand that show. Kind of cured me from cartoons in a way. Episodes 4, 5, and 6 of Next Generation or Star Wars Episode 4. Like, when I'm talking about episodes 4, 5, and 6, I'm talking about Star Wars. I mean, Legend of Korra is excellent if you are a 16-year-old girl, I guess. Also, hey, Nervicious, what's up? Legend of Korra did an extremely good job of making me hate every single character in that show. Especially the main characters. But no. Avatar Last Airbender is a fantastic work of art, though. Fantastic show. Out of 4, 5, and 6, what I say is better? I don't know. I usually watch them all in one sitting. They're all kind of just a single unit for me. But if I had to pick any of them separately, I'd probably say episode 6 is my favorite. Everybody says to watch Invincible, but like I said, I'm super done with cartoons. And I've been done with cartoons for a while. Like, there's great cartoons out there, and I realize that, but it's like just me. I'm just done with cartoons. Like, just straight up. There's two things that I can't do now. Superheroes and cartoons. So, I'll put it this way. Amazon Prime's Invincible is never getting watched by me. I don't care how good it is. Like, I acknowledge it's probably great, but I do not want to watch it. Also, it's springtime, meaning someone might keel over and die. I don't think anybody did. Yay! But the annual tribute from Bestie Pimay have arrived. The humans have brought a stoof. That being said, I've been very much enjoying Fargo. Fargo is excellent. At least that first season is excellent. Jesus Christ. That show's good. It's been a while since I've, like, marathoned a show, but I did 4 episodes last night, so probably do another 4 tonight. Oh, I'll probably finish season 1 tonight. Start on season 2 tomorrow. I really enjoy shows like that because it's like, oh, it's probably just a totally normal fucking, like, crime show for the most part, Alien Slayer. But if that thing turns out to be something supernatural, it won't surprise me in the slightest. I love shows like that. Love that shit. But no spoilers for Fargo, because Fargo's very good. Nice and easy. Look at all that ore. I've been digging down here for a while. I might actually end up digging into this room. How's everyone doing today? I dropped the dwarf off the wall and he went splat. Aside from that, everybody's doing good. How are you, Jack Nurk? And your dwarf currently is meditating on speech. And you're blissful remembering dining in his legendary dining room. But you want to practice a craft. Although I think it may be lunchtime. How old is he? Good question. 16. Born on the 6th of Moonstone in the year 229. You're the son of Simplex and Vinsati, and you actually just got another sibling. Two siblings recently. You got a child sibling, who's LaFonda, who's probably about to become an adult, and Bastet the Third, who's very young. And everyone's gone to bed already? What's wrong with that? That just sounds like summer. But chat, I think I'm gonna go do lunch because my blood sugar went low, so I want to keep myself stable. So I'm just going to give you guys one of these dwarves to follow. Although the elves are probably gonna show up in a minute, so I will be back in a minute or so. I won't be gone too long. Just gonna go do lunch. BRB.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies? sandwich!
You may choose to believe that, Vaxateer, but what I will say is I don't smoke when I'm streaming. I hate being high when I'm streaming because me high is not something you want to watch. It was definitely just me getting a sandwich, but... All right, we're continuing. I do like that I've built up that kind of like assumption from my audience, though. It's like, oh, I just imagine Blind's just outside partaking in weed. Nope. No. No, I'm still on the clock. Also, like, be totally, like, legitimately transparent here. I smoke weed, like, twice a week, tops. And it's, like, on my days off. So. I think some people like to imagine me just being constantly stoned, but that's not actually the reality. Unless I've had a really bad week, then it's, like, every night for a week. But generally, that's not the case. Generally, that's not the case. Also, the elves appear to have arrived to bring us things. To bring us things. Yeah, by this time on a Monday, yes. Or on a Friday, yes. But it's not Monday or Friday, so.
The devil's lettuce.
Don't smoke the devil's lettuce. That'll turn the frogs gay, right? That's how that works. Thank you very much for the 12 months. God, has it been a year? Fuck. How you doing, alligator? It's good to see you, man. It's actually kind of funny. Literally yesterday, I was looking for somebody to raid, and then somebody in chat was like, "Raid alligator, fuck us." I'm like, he's not online. Can't do that. What's up, dude? How's things? Another fun streamer to watch. It's been a whole damn year. Yeah, right? Resubs, like, make me feel old, dude. Like, when I had the realization the other day that it's been 4 years that I've had a sub button on Twitch. Like, the last month was when like, the day one sub started rolling over to, here, I'll just type in Crypt Beer. It was when day one sub started rolling over to the crown, which is 4 years. Just like, ah! Pardon me. What do I need to sell to the elves? Prepared meals. That's what I need to sell to the elves. But I don't know. It's just... 'tis wild. That being said, to the 12 people who've unfollowed me today, I didn't like you either. That's the other fun problem about being like kind of a relatively stagnant growth-wise streamer for a niche game. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap is named an Iron Spear. Good stuff. I guess you're part of the military now. It's like often days I will lose as many, if not more, followers than I gain. I mean, generally, I gain about, like, 60 a month, right? But I usually get about 5 to 15 followers a day, and I usually lose, like, 5 to 25 a day. So it's like, I'll stare at that, and I'll be like, oh, cheers to the 3 people who followed me. And then I'll look at my follow count, and I'll be like, fuck you to the 10 that left. I mean, generally, I think it's just Twitch, like, getting rid of old, like, unused accounts. But, like, still, it kind of is like, yeah. I mean, it becomes especially real when, like, you know those little notifications you get sent to your phone that someone's live is when I look at my Twitch settings and it's like 8,100 and something people received the notification on their phone. One person clicked it. It's like, I mean, like, let's be completely honest, Alligator. First off, first thing, let's be honest. Do you, like, the people who watch this stream, right? They're all pretty chill, right? Like, you know, we're all pretty tight on Discord. We have, like, this kind of community that we've built. Do you really want me to bring the people who are watching streams in the hot tub directory into this channel? Do you really want those, like, you know, the people who watch Twitch who are watching the hot tubs and, like, the people who are, like, actively seeking out those people? Do you really want those people coming into this channel? That's the first question. And then the second question is, do you really want, like, a 20-minute stream of me sitting in a hot tub and then going, fuck, my toes are wrinkled and this is uncomfortable, I'm out? Because that's basically all it would be, is, like, I can sit in water for about 20 to 30 minutes before I'm just like, fuck it, nope, I'm out. And I don't want to be in that puddle anymore. Do you really want to see either of those things? Because generally the response is no. Fluffy Wambler, a wolf. Wolves are pretty cool. Gray squirrel, echidna. I have most of these things already. All right, fine. Give us a hood. Thanks, elves. I don't get notified, but I get a report at the end of the stream of how many people clicked the notification. Yeah, of how many people, like, actually touched it on their phone. Or it's also the notification that pops up in the web browser that I'm live, which you can set Chrome and a lot of other web browsers to actually allow ping notifications. I can check how many people actually click on those notifications. Yes. Does it tell me their names? No. I think I can check what country they're from, though. I need to cancel a bunch of jobs. Those all can get canceled. I don't need those. I didn't realize those are still active. They were suspended, but still active. They've probably been active for several years. I mean, it doesn't actually change anything. It's just kind of just a mind-blowing thing, right? Because every day, about 1,000 to 1,500 unique accounts tune into my channel and tune out, right? And at any point, you know, we'll have like 60 to like 150 people watching, you know, 150 on a great day, 60 on an average day, right? And there's 70 people watching right now, which is a good number of people, let's be honest. But 8,000 people get the notification and completely ignore it. That's the thing that, like, weirds my brain out a little bit. Like, it all kind of goes into the, you know, like, don't get discouraged by your own thing. But it's kind of like well, I wonder why that person followed originally. And I wonder what pops into their brain when they clear that notification every day. Because they're seeing those. Okay, so you've never played Dwarf Fortress, but you love 3 games that have very little to do with what Dwarf Fortress is like. Cool. I mean, I hate Oxygen Not Included. Banished was boring. Nothing happened in Banished. And, Kenshia just, meh. But yeah, that's all it really is. It's like, there's... But it's not even just Dwarf Fortress, you know? Like, I've streamed, like, 3,000 plus hours of RimWorld. I've streamed, like, 2,000 hours of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Like, people have followed my channel for very different things a very long time ago. You know, like, my channel's been around for a very long time. And I've been streaming I've played, like, modded SimCity. I've streamed a lot of things that are not Dwarf Fortress before I streamed Dwarf Fortress. Like, there's I guess, like, the current era of people who watch this channel think of this channel as a Dwarf Fortress channel and don't really realize the other details. I should put some more art around the edge of the fort in areas that I'm not going to mine out. Like, there's a lot of people who don't realize those other details because, you know, they just weren't there for them, and that's totally fine. You see the notification that you're live and then go to the app? No, but still, like, let's just pretend for a second that, like, those 1,500 people who tune into my stream every day all come from the notifications, Tele. Like, I'm sure several hundred of them probably do, right? They probably see the notification and then open up the web page, right? And that's probably a large portion of the people who tune in. Probably see the notification and then go, okay, and then like 30 minutes later tune into the stream, right? But there's still like another like 5,600 people that don't see that see the notification and ignore it. Well, okay, so I have, for a little bit of clarity here, Alligator, I have 13,696 followers on Twitch right now. I started today with 13,699, actually. We've almost caught up to the numbers that I've lost today. So if I can get another 4 followers from the people just watching right now, then I would be caught up and breaking even. Anyway, out of those people, 8,100 and something have notifications turned on. So out of the 13,696 people that follow me on Twitch, 8,100 something of them have notifications turned on. So out of the people who have notifications turned on, one person ish clicks that notification. But even based on like my total views from the day, raids, hosts, everything included, less than like 7,000 of them actually tune into the stream. So that's kind of the follower stats, which is why I kind of say, like, I don't really care if you fucking follow me, because it doesn't matter. All I care is that you tune in. Or like, really, like, you could just bookmark my stream and tune in every day, and I'd be happy. Like, I don't really care if people follow me. Like, a lot of people super duper hype up and glorify following. It's like, well, I mean, if you follow, that's cool. It'll be easier for you to remember that I'm live, but like, doesn't make any difference to me if you favorite the stream and just check every, like, once a day, or if you, you know, just put in a little bit of effort to tune in. Like, that's all that really matters to me. It doesn't matter to me how you tune in, but if you tune in, that's cool. Ponder dramatic injuries, geometric shapes, dancing. Okay. How are these guys doing? You guys doing right? They're all pretty happy. They have a great bedroom. Well, that's good. Like, all of those dwarves have bedrooms. They all have pretty good living situations. Hopefully, they make more babies. I need a wall piece there. And that'll be it for you being awake today. Alrighty. I will start posting all future paperworks directly to the Discord then. I think I should smelt some more silver. I think that's what we'll do. That's going to be a lot of... Uh-oh. We're in trouble. Gotta make 3 ballista arrows stat. Also, just a reminder, thank you very much to Stone for being our archivist of the Twitch channel and keeping track of all of the tributes that get brought to us by the humans every year. But, you know, at the end of the day, when you start, like, if every single, like, streamer on the internet, like, looked at all of their follower stats and the number of people that actually tune in, they would go nuts. So no one should actually logically do that. But, I mean, difficult doesn't necessarily mean fun, Xenofox, to be clear. Because I've been staring at your Banished can be very difficult. Oh yeah, no, I definitely ran into points where Banished was difficult. Didn't make it interesting, intriguing, or fun. It was boring. Boring doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't difficult. It was just boring. So... There we go. That'll get us up to where we need to be. Banished was good at the time. The thing that Banished did... Banished is an important game. It's not a good game, in my opinion. Banished is a game that's single-handedly, more or less by itself, reinvigorated interest in the genre of town building on PC. If it wasn't for the wild success of Banished, I don't think we would have seen games like 2 Point Hospital come out. I don't think we would have seen a rise in popularity of town builders, or I don't think we ever would have seen games like End Zone, for example, like more recently. I don't think we ever would have seen a lot of really interesting town builders. And like the modding scene for Banished is great, but Banished, like as a vanilla game, like just by itself, as a video game, I think that Banished is very, very, very boring. But I do acknowledge that I think that Banished is incredibly important, just to the genre of survival town builders. How old is Banished? Pretty old. Hold on. 2014? Yeah, 2014. But it was available for sale the year before that. No, it's not that old, but like before Banished, there really wasn't much. Like, I don't think RimWorld's Kickstarter would have been as successful if it wasn't for Banished, for example. Yeah, no, Banished was one of the first early access games and was available for sale in, like, I want to say 2012 was when it was first made playable and available and purchasable. And I think it may have been buyable on their website before then even. So, like, yeah, no, without Banished, I don't think we would have seen Cities Skylines even. Like, I think that part of the reason... Like, part of the reason that subgenre exists now, like, as a popular genre is because of Banished. Like, and basically anybody who's played City Builders has probably played Banished. Or at the very least, has heard of Banished. Or even, at this point, has probably played a game that was inspired by Banished. So, yeah. Banished is a important game. I don't think it's a very good game. Which also isn't me necessarily trying to take anything away from Banished. Like, it certainly deserves that credit. It's just, there are better games out there. Especially now. Like, now that people have kind of looked at Banished and improved on what Banished was doing. Yeah, no, there are many games that are far better than Banished now. It was one of the first games you ever bought? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, it was a game that blew up, and blew up unexpectedly, you know? And, like, the developer, to their credit, like, it hasn't done anything since, but also is just, like, making that game more and more and more and more and more moddable. And that's all that they've really done since. Banished was beautiful. That's one thing I will say about Banished is, like, it's primitive looking, but it's pretty, you know? Like, there are far better looking games, but it's a pretty game. And, you know, because of Banished, we now have games like Ostriv that's successful. And, like, if Ostriv fucking came out right now, or not maybe right now, but, like, back then, like, no one would have bought this shit. And, like, this game is super cool. And this game can exist because Banished exists, you know? And it can be successful and do well. You know, like, 1,800 reviews on Steam for a solo developer, that's pretty fucking good. You know, so we can have games like this now because of Banished. Far more complicated and deep and interesting games. Like, no, games like Frostpunk probably wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for Banished, you know? So, I do genuinely believe that Banished is an extremely important game. Child fought with a buzzard. Oh no, it was LaFonda. You okay, LaFonda? Yep, she's okay. She was vengeful after joining in a conflict, though. There's a bunch of blood right there. Oh, probably from the buzzard. Is it all buzzard blood? Yep, it's all buzzard blood. Buzzard flew in that window and just got splattered by the dwarves. But you know, I do really, really, really like games that are inspired by Banished. I just don't particularly like Banished. So. Poor Buzzard. Poor old Buzzard. Yeah, well. Decided to dive bomb dwarves. I don't feel so bad for the buzzards. I do, however, feel bad for the great horned owls that we splatter against the wall. It's like when I read a combat description of like, great horned owl's heart explodes. It's like, okay, now I feel kind of bad because I like great horned owls. Fond is still puking. All my dwarves must be really skinny because they're all like vomiting everywhere. Just constantly. It's disgusting. Ooh, speaking of metal. New album from Wormwitch? I might need to pre-order that. I don't know how loud this is, so I don't really want to play it. Hold on. I'm just going to mute the background audio. But to those of you who like metal, here's a link. Yeah, I might need to pre-order this. Might need to pre-order that album. Now here's the important question, chat. Splatter? Or red and white? That's the important question. This is one of my local metal bands who I've seen live more times than I can count. Red and white? See here, I was leaning splatter, but yeah, red and white's neat. Kind of like, I have a couple split color vinyls and they really fuck with cameras. I kind of wish it was red splatter, I don't know why. But then again, the splatter is like on white. I feel like that fits the cover more. Although they're only doing 250 copies of this one. Not that that fucking matters. When does that ship? August 27th. I might actually be able to see them for this. I'll think about that, because that's not going to sell out. We're not a huge band. And before it fucking sells out. Just wait until it fucking sells out. Okay, how much lead am I sitting on right now? Because I might need to make more statues. It's been a while since I made lead statues, but... 1,310. Okay, well... Dwarf and his spear. The eternal spear. The dwarf is admiring the spear. Let's make 300 more lead statues. King doesn't want anything right now. Are you okay? Nobody's in prison. It's time to make 300 more of these. These are all identical statues of a dwarf wielding a spear. So we're going to make some more of those. Same with all these, all the way around the edge here. Although those ones are made out of iron, so... get to add on to that. It's been a while since I've done that. Also, I really wish I could. This is just a behind the scenes Twitch complaint, but I really wish that I could disable the colors in the notifications. They're like colors on the dashboard now, and it's quite annoying. It's quite annoying. I'm not super fond of it. I wish it was just black. It's distracting, I find. It's very distracting. But yeah, part of the reason why I kind of want to get that Wormwitch album is they are on their, or rather, they produce, engineer, and master and publish all of their own stuff, and I have permission to play it, so I can actually have some metal records to stream instead of just the soundtrack stuff. It's like I like the soundtracks and the fan music, but being able to feel like I'm getting away with a crime and stream music now is nice. Makes me miss the good old days. I was like, a year ago, it was just play whatever. And then Twitch started actually following up on copyright strikes. Ah, boy. You're going to say be careful with that? No, I have direct permission from them. I know their drummer. I actually ran into their drummer at a... I've run into their drummer at a couple other shows because he's just a very frequent pit fiend. So he'll show up at shows almost as often as I do. So... It's amazing what sharing a blunt with somebody will get you in permission for things. Also, trees. My manager is in a strange mood. All right. All right. All right. All right. First strange mood in a while. Let's see. Craft store shop? I think it's a craft store shop. Am disappointed, but that's fine. Claims a craft store shop. Well, at the very least, go grab something fun, would ya? Any bets on what this dwarf makes, chat? My bets are kind of on a scepter or crown or something boring. It's plain craft, most likely. Could be a musical instrument, though, so you never fully write it off. Could be something nice. It's a fey mood. A figurine? Figurines I actually really like. I really like figurines, especially artifact figurines, because they're often, like, have super interesting bits of world history on them. Or, like, my fortress history or something, which is really neat. Like, I really like it when it's like, oh, it's a figurine, but it's, like, an event that happened in my fort, like, 100 years ago, which is always kind of cool. So, I don't know. I'd be totally cool with a figurine. Figurine would be nice. But yeah, Alligator Fuckhouse. I own one of their previous, or rather, I own a demo tape that they put out during the pandemic, which was limited to like 75 copies. Which was this. Which includes a live set that they recorded in their vocalist's garage. It was kind of funny because shipping on it was $1.50. Because I'm pretty sure they shipped it like 15 minutes across town. But like, they probably like saw that one and looked at the shipping label and were like, oh, locals. Which was very funny. It's the cheapest shipping I've ever paid for, I think, anything. Just ever. It's like, I don't know, man. Because like I looked at the return address and yes, they literally shit. Like I probably could have gotten on a train and like gone like 4 or 5 stops up on the train, gotten off the train and just picked it up. But Bandcamp doesn't have that as an option. So. Oh, guess what, guys? Biggest change for Battlefield 2042. 128 players on one field. Take that, PUBG. 128 players. So now you can feel like you're making even less of an impact on the overall flow of the game. Sorry, but like I find that's almost a meme. It's like we doubled the player count. It's like it's because anybody who remembers when like Battlefield 4 was blowing up, it's like, oh my god, 62 players, holy shit! Now we're up to 128 players. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, Trees has begun a mysterious construction. What did you grab, Dwarf? Cow leather, sheep wool cloth, oval amethyst cabochons, silver bars, hemp cloth, granite, rough purple spindles, and wolverine mangled bone. Fuck yeah. Now you can lag with 128 players instead of 62. Fuck yeah. Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want that? God. I think I might get the splatter on that. I don't know. I don't know if I like the red and white all that much. I think I like the splatter. It matches the cover nicer. Also, then I have to fucking show up the next time they do a show in Vancouver and be like, sign this shit! And then not break it in the pit. That's the hard bit, is not breaking it in the pit. Although, I don't know. The weirdest thing I ever took into a mosh pit that didn't come out the other end broken was a shot glass. I was in a mosh pit with a shot glass in my pocket. You know, maybe not the smartest thing I've ever done. But... it didn't break, so it was fine. Could have gone horribly wrong. It didn't. Could have. King want anything? Yep. Ballista arrow? Yeah, we can do that. Easy. As if, you know, you want more ballista arrows. Ah, boy. I don't know. I'm gonna have to, like, go digging and find out what other changes they're actually making to Battlefield. When I heard that it was 2042, I got kind of excited for a second, and then I realized it was 2042, not 2142. So Ryan, according to you, I have to buy the red and white record, the splatter record, and go see Citizen? Man, that's too rich for my blood, man. Maybe like one of the records and go. See, here's the thing. I always thought that I was the bad influence to you because I got you back into record collecting, but now you're telling me that I need to do the even dumber thing, which is buy both the records and go to the show. Man, I'm gonna run out of shelf space. What if instead of buying both the red and white and the splatter, I just simply buy one of them and one of their previous albums? How about I just do that instead? You have a good lurk. Have a good lunch. It's a disease? Nah, it's a blessing. It's just a blessing. How you doing, Ryan? How's things, man? Also, Grown Man Record Night. It's an honor to have you in my chat room. Say hello to the rubber duck. Therese, the manager, has created Trassateur, a Wolverine bone table, and claims it as an heirloom and demands it be placed in their office because that is awesome, and dedicates it to the family ancestor Bastet the Second Claspsack, which was still a great last name. A great last name. That is okay. Two cool things so far. We got a table, and it's dedicated to one of my previous dwarves. So we're 68,400. Sorry, you should have valued it up 600. This is a dwarf bone, or not dwarf. A Wolverine bone table. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and encircled with bands of hemp and brilliant cut amethysts. This object is, of course, adorned with hanging rings of granite and cow leather, and it menaces with spikes of purple spinel. On the item is an image of a long four-sided prism in Wolverine bone. On the item is an image of dwarves in sheep's wool. And I am putting that in your office because that is a... Wait, no, your office, which is down here. Because that is a badass little table. Yeah, right? I just want 2143. They could have given us 2242. Why didn't they give us 2242 or 2143? Come on. It's like they took the cool battlefield and removed the thing that made the cool battlefield the cool battlefield. They took the cool battlefield and they took the mechs out. Put the big robots back in and I'll be cool again. I'll be happy again. Put the big mechs in and I just want Mech Warrior, but good. Is that too much to ask for? I just want somebody with money to make a mech game, okay? Nobody with money makes mech games because mech games don't make money. Obviously. Otherwise, we'd have more mech games. What do those numbers mean? So Battlefield 2142 was a Battlefield game that came out after Battlefield 2. And it was the only futuristic Battlefield that they've ever made that, well, like, not just near future, but, like, futuristic, that has had, like, hovercrafts and mechs and big fucking tanks with laser guns and shit. So it was, like, Battlefield but fun instead of Battlefield but serious and military and AK-47s and M16s and modern military. And we love the troops and blow up this building because that's cool, apparently. And, oh, our game's boring. Add more players. Oh, our game's still boring. Add more players. Or our game's still boring. Well, put it in World War I and add more players. Just put the mechs back in. And then it's cool again. That's all you got. Just... Yeah, I mean, yes, but it also had mechs. Played it until they shut the servers down. God damn it. I don't know. A lot of people are really happy. But put the big robots back in and I'll be happy. You're just glad they didn't keep going backwards and we'd have Battlefield Civil War. I mean, if you want Civil War, that's a Mount and Blade mod. Or did that no, that's a little bit pre-Civil War. But if you want like the line up and get muskets and do this with your gun and then hold up and point and go, if you want that, and then 20 minutes to reload your rifle, that's what Mount and Blade mods are for. "2142 was your absolute favorite Battlefield 2. I mean, my favorite Battlefield, ironically, was Bad Company 2. That was the last Battlefield I put a shit ton of time into. And the reason I loved Bad Company 2 was because it had less players. And the first thing that they're touting about Battlefield 2042 is more players. It's like, oh my God. I don't know. It's just not what I want. It's just not what I want. Not what I want. I mean, to be fair, I've been running with an EA Games boycott for like most of my streaming career, so I think I will be continuing the EA Games boycott. No offense to people who like EA Games. Go play The Sims and whatever you like. It's all good. It's me being stupid. It's funny because I'm complaining about the lack of mech games, and yet here I'm sitting here and I haven't played Titanfall 2. You really couldn't get into Bad Company? It wasn't bad enough and too much company? Was that the problem, King? Also, how you doing, King? I saw you lurking all day today. It's good to see you around. Hope you've been hanging in there. Hope you're doing well. Things in your neck of the woods seem to be basically back to normal, too, so that's a benefit, I think. We're about to lock ourselves in here, so we gotta dig through. You're glad to see them not be the only one that didn't... that didn't really Bad Company, that didn't really like Bad Company. Fair enough. I mean, it's totally fair. It's a different thing than the rest of the Battlefield games, but I don't know. It's the last one that I got heavily into anyway. Actually, it's the last Battlefield I played before my eyes started degrading rapidly. So it was like the last Battlefield I played when my eyes still worked well enough that I could like actually decipher everything on a screen immediately in a short period of time and not like get visually lost in things. So that's got part of the reason to do with it. You're hanging in there for sure? Good to hear. Good to hear. But I don't know. Wow, that is mean. Like that's harsh, Ryan. That's really harsh. Implying that you don't like the fact that it exists as a spinoff. That's harsh. That is harsh. Like I respect that opinion, but damn, dude. The fact that you're not okay with them existing is It's like I can understand the perspective, but like I don't know. That blows my mind a little bit. You know, like it's sort of like the same people who are not okay with Halo ODST existing. And there's kind of a large number of people out there who are not okay with Halo ODST existing. It's the last Halo game that I enjoyed. I mean, see, I don't give a shit that, like, see, okay, I'm not a Metal Gear fan, to be clear. I don't give a shit that Metal Gear pachinko machines exist. Like, couldn't care less. I also, for the same reason, I don't care that a fucking Nintendo theme park exists. It's different things. Metal Gear Survive, on the other hand, that makes me mad. But Metal Gear Survive is, like, just all around a bad game, right? But, like, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, that I care. That I like. That's a good game. And that's kind of, to me, the equivalent of it would be like being mad that Metal Gear Rising Revengeance exists because it's called a Metal Gear game. Does it have anything to do with Metal Gear? No, not really. It's a completely different style of game, a completely different playing game, but it's a spin-off. And that's kind of how I see Battlefield. And the most hardcore Metal Gear fans I know like Rising Revengeance because it exists and it's a different thing. So, and that's kind of like the people that I run into who don't like Bad Company, in my experience, I've always been like well, I don't like it, but I'm okay with it existing. Rhinestone is not okay with it existing, and that's wild to me. Like, do you understand that comparison? I don't know if that makes any sense, but that is wild to me. But, you know, you're entitled to your opinion, even if it's wrong. What does that have to do with anything? Furries will just be everywhere forever, because they are everywhere forever. Whether you like it or not, Pimp Lord motherfucker. They're just gonna follow you. Why do people always call out furries? You don't very often see people calling out people who are fond of S&M. It's like, but does it have bondage gear? No, but does it have furries? Not a furry, but I kind of feel bad for furries getting called out all the time. Just let them have their hobbies, man. As long as they're not, like, you know, stabbing anybody in those suits, letting somebody bleed out on the side of the road. If anything, they're probably better at social distancing than most people in the States. Or around the world, for that matter. So. If everybody just wore a fursuit, we'd have less pandemic problems. Just saying. In full wolf costume. I mean, that sounds kind of like Shen. Every Friday does his furry streams. He just plays, like, I don't know, a lot of old strategy games on PC and, like, other things. It was kind of funny because he did YouTube stuff and streamed for a really, really, really long time before coming out as a furry. And then one day just started streaming with, like, a fursuit in the background. It was like, wait, who does that belong to? Imagine exercising in those suits? No, because I couldn't imagine wearing one of those suits because I would explode into just bodily fluids in seconds. I'd just be covered in sweat. I would not be able to move because I'd drown in my own sweat. Like, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, fuck that shit. Ugh. Absolutely not. I can't even wear a heavy jacket, let alone that. I'd die. Also, take explode into bodily fluids out of context. Need more ballista arrows for the king, so he doesn't kill me. What is a... And you want crowns, okay. Whatever happened to my other mayors? I had 3 other dwarves that got elected to mayor a couple times, and they haven't been already done. I mean, what a value has actually been lost here? If anything, value has been gained here. I say dumber things willingly on the daily. The humans have sent their royal treasurer to, and only one? Okay. Only one caravan. The summer of those suits, maybe they need a breathable Herman Miller version. They need a breathable Herman Miller version. Now that's a thought. Cheers. I'm glad you liked it, Tivo. I'm glad you liked it. It's something that's been heavily requested for a very long time, so. It's kind of funny, actually, after he finished recording the interview, he was just like, yeah, we should do this again sometime. You know, anytime, man. I'm like, don't say anytime, because you and I both know that that is very dangerous because we say yes to way too many things, and this is why none of us ever take a day off. Even my days off are just filled with other work. And he goes, yeah, you're right. Oh, all right. It's like, maybe not anytime, but like, talk to you later, man. Yeah, no, I talk with Krug sometimes on his Discord, so it was nice to record a conversation. And the other human caravan has arrived. All right, all right. No longer as worried. Get over here, humans. Also, hey, Breeskill. All right, we just need clothing. All of the clothing. Do I need all those sandbags, though? Let's bring all the damaged bags, too. Just make more. Let's check random dwarf. How's your clothing? Great. Cool. How about you? Also great. Cool. How about you? Also great. Excellent. We don't need new clothes now. But yeah, glad you enjoyed it. Like I've said many times in the past, the interviews that I do are some of the best work that I do. Just period. The X means stuff's tattered, yeah. And the bigger and bolder the X's and the more X's, the more tattered it is. If it's 2 bold X's, it's literally about to fall off their body. And if they get to that point and it falls off their body, just like the lava erupts from the volcano. That doesn't have anything to do with anything, but that's a cool ass shot right there. If it falls off their body, it's like one of the biggest possible mood debuffs a dwarf can get. It's like dismayed or something. Although there is a very small percentage chance if they find humor in everything, then instead of getting the dismayed debuff, they will actually get a buff, which is they think it's funny that their clothing is falling off of their body because it's so tattered. And then they get a joyous buff, I think. But, which is a very difficult to get buff. Because Dwarf Fortress works like that. Or just some things piss them off and other things don't. Which is also why I'm just searching by the X. Where is Simplex at? Conducting a meeting. Somebody... Oh, I know what meeting you need to conduct. I was like, is someone depressed? No, you're just too busy hauling ore. So this dwarf needs to meet with that human who's following him, the pink human. the pink U, so that they can discuss trade agreements. And he's hauling, and sorry, she's hauling a massive thing of lead ore, and is moving very slowly because of that. Not exactly doing great things for our trade relations, mind you. I mean, actually, I could fix this. Lock them into that zone. Turn that zone off. What? Really? Does that not make you drop it? In the past it has. Weird. It's just very slowly going to his office. We'll get there eventually. Here come the rest of the humans. Another thing I'm gonna sell is all these bolts and arrows. You know, I really wish that I could just inform developers that, like, they really don't need to send me key for whatever this is. Like, chat, you guys know my style and my kind of shtick, right? This is definitely the my most anticipated game this year now. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, I've been offered key for that twice. They're like, announced, would you like to apply for a key? And then today, which is 2 days after the first time they contacted me about that game, they're now offering me a second time for if I would like a key for it. I'm just like, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. Not much has changed. What requests do you have of our merchants? Please send me all of the wood. Yeah, it definitely seems right up my alley. Yep. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Definitely my kind of shtick, you know? Definitely my aesthetic. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarfs. You know, if that game turns around and it's, like, actually just, like, an ultra-violent, like, endlessly replayable, like, cat farming game where you are a psycho murderer who just kills everybody in extremely violent ways in the basement, then suddenly I'd be a lot more interesting, but, you know, I'm not really getting that vibe. Not really getting that vibe. I don't know if that's a shocker to any of you, but not really getting that vibe. Splatterhouse 2021. I mean, screw Splatterhouse 2021. Just go play Splatterhouse. Splatterhouse is still good. That game's still good. That game ages pretty well, actually. Although Splatterhouse 2021 is kind of just what was that? I think it was Mother Russia Bleeds. I mean, not exactly Splatterhouse, but if that's what you want, like, that game exists. I'm not sure what's going on in that sequence, but you know. Pretty good game. It was fun for like an hour, and then I remembered that I don't really like beat-em-ups. Killing Floor is good. Yeah, Killing Floor is quality. Or, you know, like, my actual shtick. I definitely don't have almost 240 hours. Getting up there. Getting up there.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
I wish that Killing Floor wasn't. I wish Killing Floor 2 specifically wasn't like 70 gigabytes, because that's like just big enough that I won't download it on a whim to play for an evening with some friends. And I get invited to play that game on a relatively frequent basis, and every time I go to download it, I'm like, it'll take me like 30 minutes to download. Although now with my new internet, no. But I need to need to move some stuff off my SSD to download that. and then I just don't. But I did have some fun with Killing Floor 2 when it first came out. And Killing Floor 1 was a very good game for its time. I just don't see well enough to play a lot of first-person shooters anymore. Otherwise, I'd probably be playing Necromunda Underhive Wars these days. Probably be playing that right now if I could still see better. Because I heard good things. Well, rather, actually, I heard some mixed things, but more good than mixed. And, you know, for a, like, above-average Warhammer game. You know what I really want? I want someone to make a, actually, it would probably be Focus Home Interactive would make it, but I'd want a, or would publish it, but I'd want a Battlefleet Gothic game that's, like, in the style of Rogue Galaxy, the first one. So, like, that kind of ship combat style that they had in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, but it's like a, you know, you're piloting a giant space church. I want someone to make that game. You and Jeff are going for a walk tomorrow. Strengthen your ankle and get back muscles. Yeah, I was going to say, are you up and about yet? Or are you still just, like, unable to move? Because, like, that injury seems like it's taken a while and persisting. I just realized this is off. So that makes things very difficult. You know, instead of down there, let's go down to where these are actually supposed to be, which is down here. The very, very, very large statue garden filled with lead statues, because I don't know what else to do with all of this fucking lead. And I have so much lead, it's ridiculous. But you're limping only a little bit? Do you have, like, a badass cane or anything? Or, like, crutches, even? Because, you know, this would be the opportunity to whip out the sword cane that you definitely don't own. But if you did, now would be the perfect opportunity to, you know, just walk around with a sword cane. I used to know a guy who walked with a cane that had a removable end, and he would hide drugs in there, and he would take it to concerts. Because, like, he legitimately needed the cane, but used it as a way to sneak, like, drugs into concerts. You have an ankle brace? Gotcha. Well, it's not even a matter of being tough. It's like if it'll help you walk quicker. But fair enough. I think I could probably let these squads stop training now. Where's Aqua at? I'm not seeing you. I know that you're in there, but... Put on your shoes instead of sandals. Yeah. Well, whatever works. Also, on the topic of Jupiter Hell releasing at early access in just a couple of days here, it feels like. Little over a month. Why are they all going up with those? You're supposed to go down with those. It's such a weird path to take. Still got so much more area to dig out down here, though. A few spots that never actually got statues put in them. Or the statues got knocked over or something. Man, these are some busy-ass dwarves. It's going to be weird to see Jupiter Hell finally come out of early access, though. Because I feel like I've been playing that game for years now. God. Tired day today. Body's not super thrilled with me. Also, I think we'll do some War Sim tonight. I think that's the evening game plan for tonight. You need to buy a mini fridge. Can't even keep milk fresh? Wait, like your current fridge? Or like, are you trying to keep it cold yourself? Like, does your normal fridge need to be repaired? Because that sucks. Why is that dwarf just carrying an anvil? All right. But yeah, what do you mean by you can't even keep milk fresh? The fridge keeps milk fresh. You don't keep milk fresh. Like, if you're buying a mini fridge, why wouldn't you just, like, fix or repair your current fridge? Or, like, yell at whoever owns your current fridge, like if you have a landlord, and get them to fix it. That just seems kind of silly. It's good to be working on these statues again. Man. And shuts off on its own? Do you have a landlord? Or do you own your place? Because if you have a landlord, it's their legal requirement to repair it. You have a good one, Beerman. Cheers, man. Thanks for hanging out. As always. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Or the day after that. Because the day after that is my day off. If you have a landlord, it's their legal requirement to fix it. So what you should do is, if your landlord refuses to fix it, call somebody to fix it and give your landlord the bill. If he's a little lazy, he's illegally lazy. So no, you shouldn't buy a... I mean, it's not my place to tell you how to run your life, but legally your landlord has to keep the apartment livable, or you could, you know, sue or take him to court or make his life difficult. Or make their life difficult, rather. So, no, you shouldn't buy a mini fridge with your GST. You should fucking sort your landlord's shit out. It's not he's a little lazy. Like, that's completely illegal. Like, if you have a landlord, go to your landlord and make him fix your fucking fridge. If it can't keep milk fresh, the apartment is illegal to live in, and thus it's illegal for you to be paying rent for that apartment. They legally have to fix it. So, it's not a question of lazy. It's a question of, like, whether or not the apartment is legally livable. And if it's not, then that needs to be fixed. So, just my 2 cents, I guess. Need 2 ballista arrows. As always. I mean, Bastet lives in Canada, which is where I live. And yeah, it's completely illegal. Like for an example, like to give you an example, there was a crack in my dryer, and I texted my landlord, and she just responded with like, send me a picture. Sent her a picture. The next day, a dude just showed up and fixed my dryer, like replaced the whole top half unit the next day, and it was like a 5-minute swap out. Like it literally just walked in, wheeled the thing in, fucking took it in, took the old one out and left, because that's a proper landlord. He's waiting to buy a cheap one? That's illegal. Straight up, like that. There is no waiting to buy a cheap one. That's illegal. He has to buy you a new fucking thing. I actually really like my landlord. On my instance, like I am in like possibly the best possible situation with the two ladies that manage my apartment. Like I'm extremely fucking lucky to have nice people running my apartment. But like, I don't necessarily disagree with that statement, King. Like, at the very least, my parasite's like a friendly parasite that hangs out and buys me beer sometimes, you know what I mean? My landlord's never bought me beer, but I guess I'm also probably one of the best possible tenants. I don't get complaints. I don't misuse my apartment. I behave. I'm quiet generally. I do have 2 1-meter tall speakers and a big subwoofer, but I only put them up to 30% volume capacity. Although my neighbors above me make me very tempted to put it way higher than that. But also, Ocean Bug, can I ask what part of Brazil? I've always wanted to go to Brazil, but like not during hot season. 50% of what, Ryan? What are we 50% of? Oh, 50% volume? Okay, so there was one time I turned it up to about 40%, and I was very worried I was going to break a window. Like, I have a really powerful amplifier. I was very, very, very worried. Like, I could see the glass vibrating on my sliding glass door. I was playing that that Boy Harsher record that I have, Lesser Man. It was like the first track on that, that like pulsating bass line was just like enough to make my window vibrate. So I was a little worried on that. A little bit worried on that. But, you know. South of Brazil, you don't have state laws here. Gotcha. Only been a tenant for a few months, and I think being a landlord only requires you to lie back and chill. And accept money. I mean, that's what it's like around here if you're trying to like rent out a parking spot, right? But if you're renting to people, there's a lot of very strict regulations that you need to abide by. Like, it's kind of funny when you're like looking at apartments and living spaces around here on Craigslist or any other like site with any kind of classifieds where you can rent things, because it's like, oh, this basement suite is available, and then it's like legal and registered basement suite. Like you could totally register like a illegal suite with a non-licensed landlord, but you'll pay less, but they also like could shut your heat off in the winter. But like then you can't sue them because you're not legally in a contract with them. Whereas like I live in a legal suite that's rented out by a licensed company that is managing it all correctly, so I get like renter's benefits and a shit ton of other stuff. I could use my cold season to your cold season to escape my hot season, because although ironically your cold season is probably hotter than my hot season. I don't know. I've got enough people that have asked me to like, I don't know. I'm planning like logways down the lines of doing some traveling in a couple of years, because I don't really want to go to conventions anymore, because I don't know. You know, it was kind of funny. Metal Theologian earlier in chat just said that he's really happy that I'm not a Fortnite streamer, and it's like, I don't really like many people on Twitch these days because there's a lot of fucking Fortnite streamers. Your rent is $475. I pay twice that. I pay twice that for probably less space. But it's still completely illegal, even if you're in a non-legal suite. Like if they're withholding heating, like a fridge, a dryer, or any other like legally required appliance for it to be a fully functional living space, then that is completely legal for them. Doesn't matter how fucking lazy your landlord is. Like, that's just illegal. Your old system, you accidentally slipped on the volume slider during the bass drop, and a vase vibrated off a shelf in another room. Yeah, that's awesome. Hey, Silvershy, it's good to see you. Yeah, no, I'd be worried about stuff like that. Like, I had a friend over back in October last year, and when we were just like hanging out like over on my sofa, and she turned it up a little bit, and then she's like, "How loud do you normally have this?" We had it at like, I don't know, 8% volume on my dial. I'm like, about 30, and she's just like, I couldn't imagine being in a room with it that loud. Mental's the best. He gives you shit for streaming COD. I mean, I'd give you shit for streaming COD. Fucking play good games. Christ. There's so much good shit on the internet these days. Like, why play COD? Although, to be fair, Call of Duty is better than it's been in a long time, but then again, I'm over here streaming Dwarf Fortress, so what the fuck do I know? Rent's about 900. It's barely a bedroom. I have 424 square feet. Why do I always say 75? I was staring at the number 75. I was staring at 475 with Bassett's line. I have 424 square feet, or 40.1 square meters, and it's 950. So, ooh. Forgotten Beast. Ulsan has come, a great scaly butterfly. It has large mandibles and it is a bloated body. Its eyes glow blue and its plumb scales are large and overlapping. Beware its poisonous bite. Not particularly scary. Kind of scary that it's scaly. Fortunately, we don't need to fight it though. Also, it's very injured. Its third leg is fractured. Excuse me. It flew onto the map and was already injured. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Well, it flew off the map. Something's going on up top side. But, you know. But here's the thing, right? Like, my rent here where I live, if you go like 6 blocks that way and try and rent in one of the new buildings, you're talking $2,000 a month. So I'm actually very lucky on the rent that I'm paying for a same size apartment. So it's like I'm actually very, very lucky for where I live based on what I'm paying for rent because I got this apartment in 2014 when this street was still considered to be the really bad side of town. That has since changed and it is no longer the really bad side of town. But they demolished the strip club that was across the street from me, and I'm mad because my rent went up by $50 that year, and they're looking to get rid of the other one. So I hope that they don't demolish that other strip club because my rent will go up. So, like, please let the 2 porn stores and the other strip club stay open because then my rent doesn't go up. So, I mean, I literally never went in there. Actually, that's not true. I did go in there once after it stopped being a strip club and was an indie music venue for 6 months because they rented it out to a music and show licensing company for 6 months. So I did go in there once after it ceased being a strip club. Because it wasn't fully nude. Who cares? Anyway. After it ceased being a strip club, I went in there once and watched 3 local bands play. So there's like an Iron Maiden cover band called Power Clown, who I think, was it the guitarist got arrested later that year for trying to sneak heroin into Japan and is now in a Japanese prison, which is like, what? And a couple other cover bands. It was like a $10 show, but you were in a place that they stayed there for like 10 years, and then they had moved to a very solid new place, and they've been starting remodeling all the apartments, and they finally told you that you had to move so they could remodel yours. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, this apartment that I live in is owned by an owner who owns 3 apartments in this building, and the rest are, like, most of the apartments in this building are just owned by owners, so I'm actually in an extremely fortunate situation because I can kind of do whatever I want to this apartment within reason. Like, I can repaint it as long as I repaint it the same color. I can do maintenance on it and, like, repair it and kind of just, like, act like I live here instead of just act like I'm renting here, which is really, really nice, but only goes so far. I can't force these dwarves to be hauling statues for months on end, so this is probably all the statues that we'll be able to do right now. I have to do these in fits and starts. If I do them all at once, it'll kill them. Considering I'm not even halfway through them all. Somehow the renter security showed up an hour late and told us to call off the party. You know, I've literally never... I've literally never actually had a noise complaint about my apartment. I'm the one who's submitted noise complaints. Death by statue hauling. I've had dwarves go insane because it takes too long for them to construct a thing, yeah. You have to give them breaks. Because, like, time moves differently in Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, 15 seconds is a whole day, right? So when you take that into account, and then it's like, oh, it takes them, like, 3 minutes real time to, like, run a statue into the basement. It's like, oh, that dwarf just spent, like, 2 weeks hauling that statue down into the basement. So, yeah, no, you kind of got to realize how time works in Dwarf Fortress versus how time works in real life. It's quite different. Quite a bit different, actually. And, yeah, it does fuck with them if you make them do super large construction jobs in a short period of time. King has forgotten a demand. I can now remove that table from his bedroom, but it's fine. You can keep him. Or not from his dining room. I do love that there is a prison sentence on my captain of the guard who's like the equivalent of your sheriff. And because he is in charge of who goes to prison, is not going to convict himself and put himself in prison, which I think is kind of hilarious. Wow, I've never seen this before. I just got an email from YouTube. Congratulations! Good news! The copyright claim on your video has been released. Video title was Crescent Cloister of Mushrooms #1. Somebody claimed a whole bunch of music in that video like 3 months ago. And apparently now it wasn't a legitimate claim and they've given it back. Which, that's funny. I don't care, like 30 people have watched that video in the last 6 months. So it's not really much sweat off my back, but it's kind of funny that they did that. I've literally never had that email before. I get older videos claimed from time to time because I used to listen to like a lot of soundtracks and stuff, but like it's funny when it gets lifted because it means, oh, that was an illegitimate claim. Okay, cool. Someone was like scamming me out of pennies for the last like couple months. Not that I really care, but doesn't change the fact that it's mildly amusing. Although we did actually have one dramatic death in this fort today. I had a dwarf fall from the top layer and then go splat on top of a roof up here. In fact, some of his blood's still there. Yep, Guavenir's blood. Sorry there, poor dwarf. Didn't really deserve it. Hello, Sandor. Hey, Squag. How am I doing? My neck hurts a little bit for some reason. Like in the last 10 minutes it started hurting. Aside from that, I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Killed a dwarf today. Don't feel good about it. But, you know, it happens sometimes. Doing a lot of, Did I just see a down flashing red arrow? No, it was a yellow arrow. Doing a bunch of lead statue making because I realized I have like 1,800 lead. So I'm just making a bunch of lead statues. What kind of game is this? This is Dwarf Fortress. This is one of the most important games ever made that nobody ever played or heard of, I guess. It's the game that inspired Minecraft. You might have heard of it. Small indie game made by a very problematic Swedish dude. Minecraft, not Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is made by two lovely brothers out of Vancouver, USA. But Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation that has 3 ways that you can play with it. It's got adventure mode, fortress mode, and legends mode. Legends mode just gives you a text printout of the entire history of the world that you've generated. Adventure mode lets you walk around in whatever map you generate. This is the map that we're currently playing on in a open world RPG format, turn-based RPG. Then fortress mode lets you build a fortress of dwarves. So I have a question, Sandor. How the heck did you end up watching my stream if you've never heard of Dwarf Fortress? Because this is like the thing that I stream most often. Although looking at this, I'm realizing why I remember your name. I'm realizing why I remember your name, because you last watched me in 2017 and followed me in 2016, meaning that was a very different era of my stream. Looks difficult? I mean, no hands. It's obtuse, it's not difficult. Difficulty should not be confused with obtuseness. This game's obtuse. It's not difficult. It's a very easy game, actually. It's just simply obtuse. Also, chat, press 1 if you're in Holland, because it's like a third of the people who talk in my stream. I swear. It's an extremely high percentage of people who watch my streams. Yeah, from back in the day. You know, that's a very, very, very long time ago. Already figured that out. I mean, I recognize your name. It's like, it's just I'm always surprised when people haven't heard of Dwarf Fortress, I guess, because this is like one of the like longest running games in my brain. It's one of the games I think about most. Also, chat, we a bit lurky. Can I get a round of beers? Just listening to the stream, just type in the word beer. Just curious about how many people are hanging out right now. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is a game that's been in active development for, well, since 2000. Well, it's been actively playable since 2006, but the game properly began development in theory back in about 2003. So it's been around for a very long time. Been away from Twitch for a long time? Yeah, it is true. Lots of people go away from Twitch. When they come back, then they go away again. Then they come back, then they go away again. And they tell me it's been a long time since they've seen me. And I'm like, well, I haven't gone anywhere, so that's on you, not me. Pretty chill this afternoon, aren't we, chat? Pretty chill. I think everybody just picked, like, right now to go to dinner. Because, like, I'm thinking Eastern time zone. It's like, yeah, it's kind of dinner time. It's like dinner o'clock, basically, right about now. It's been a while. It's been a long time. Yeah, this game isn't difficult. It's just obtuse. It's just tricky to learn. It's not difficult, though. The actual game itself is quite simple. Also, it's free, so that's an advantage for it. Just download it from their website, and all you need is a keyboard and a working monitor and a semi-functional PC. You don't even need a graphics card. You can take that stupid Bitcoin mining shit and throw it out the window. Because graphics? Pfft, why do you need those? Don't be silly. You know what? I'm kind of one thing actually I'm disappointed by with the Steam version of DF is like they've taken a perfectly good opportunity to meet with the time is subjective bullshit for the release date. But what they should actually be doing is memeing with the recommended requirements. It's like recommended requirements. It's like a dual core CPU and 4 gigahertz plus 4 gigabytes RAM and 500 megabytes of storage space. But it should actually just be like quantum computing, like. 200 like 25 terabytes of RAM. Yeah, they should very much meme out with the recommended requirements because like it is that, you know. It is that. Also, they should really update some of these screenshots. These are actually up to date, but also autumn has come. But wait a minute, your graphics? Your graphics? Well, we ain't got none ya. We ain't got none ya. Yeah, you can, or just have Reddit recommended be yes. Yeah, only one annual tribute. There's no second one. It's getting worse. I feel you there. I see more than shadows, but like there are some days where like I just can't read Twitch chat properly. When like my eyes just decide to misbehave. I just can't read Twitch chat. Can't function, can't really see. It's like the blind spots get real bad sometimes, so I feel you there. I mean, I'll catch up. Give me another 10 years, Sandor. I'll catch up. Because like as you said, you've been away from Twitch for a while. It's like my eyes have been degrading rapidly and will continue to degrade rapidly. I just kind of hope that wherever I end up in like 15 years when I have no eyesight left is I'll be able to still stream, but in more of a like interview / podcasting context and in less of a, you know, gameplay context. But I find these simple graphics games a lot easier to follow than a lot of modern games, which is why like you'll see me playing games like this or War Sim. Well, like War Sim is capable of being played without any vision whatsoever, and that is like an incredibly helpful thing for people who are visually impaired in at any degree. So just gonna post this in the Dwarf Fort talk. And those humans can leave. Jack Nurk has become a blacksmith once again. Would you look at that? What a good goddamn dwarf. Let's get the smelting done for a bit. Give those smelters a break. So is that why you've taken such a long break from Twitch, Sandor? Well, I'm assuming that you can see well enough to have a peek at things, but have a look at this game. Like this is a game that I'm gonna be playing a little bit later tonight. That's a game that's perfectly playable with no eyesight whatsoever. You can play the entire game in text-to-speech. So, I don't know. I've started, like, moving in the direction of games like that just purely because, like, I know that my eyesight's degrading, and it's like, well, the more of that I play, and the more of games like that I play, the more I'll be ready for it when my eyes go. It's like people, they look at Dwarf Fortress and they're like, this looks super complicated. I'm like, I don't know, it's so much more decipherable than fucking Overwatch. Like, I can decipher this immediately. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Overwatch. It's all static cameras and there's no smooth sliding or anything silly. I can just look at this and identify the little characters running by. It's much easier to follow. California's Disneyland? You can do that with no eyesight, but yeah. I don't know. I've been to Disneyland and I'm too cynical about Disney just as a company to be able to really enjoy things like that anymore. But that's kind of my own fault more than anything. Kind of my own fault more than anything. You're currently out of work, so money is a problem. Yeah, well. I mean, you're in Holland, right? Well, like, disability and whatnot's perfectly legitimate options as eyesight goes, but yeah, take a peek at that game. You had to tell your sister today that eating 5 apples a day is not in fact healthy for you? Why was she eating... Okay, so was she eating 5 apples a day because she thought it was healthy, or was she eating 5 apples a day because she wanted to eat 5 apples a day, and it, like, was something that she was, like, tricking herself into thinking that it was good for her kind of thing? You know what I mean? Like, I will gladly sit down and eat 25 oranges a day. That's not good for me, but I will definitely eat 25 oranges a day if you let me. She eats everything in mass that has sugar in it. Does she urinate 15 times an hour? As if so, send her to the fucking hospital. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Is there a way we can see that we can see it anymore? Is there any way that we can send Disneyland California to you? Let's just like lift up the whole like chunk of land and just like ship it over to Holland. Says the guy who basically is like from that part of the world. Like, how long would it take for you to get from where you're at right now to Disneyland, King? Probably not that long. Maybe an hour with 2 hours of traffic. Actually, maybe a little longer than that. 2 hours? Ish. You're reminding me of a song by the Arrogant Worms, King, which has a line about, or a song called "If I Were Prime Minister," which is sings about everybody in Newfoundland being grumpy, but they'll all get a tan because they'll be in the Gulf of Mexico where I'd plant Newfoundland. Which is like just this image of like picking up Newfoundland and moving it down to the Gulf of Mexico is just a very funny mental image. And that's kind of what I'm imagining now with like you commenting on like, let's just pick up Disneyland, California, and just ship it somewhere else. About an hour. Okay, hour and a half. Traffic, 2 hours. Bad traffic. Okay, fair. Too sure. Too fair. No, you mean Newfoundland, newfound land, because it was new when we found it. Because that's how that works. Neil, thanks for those. Cheers, man. Newfoundland, not to be confused with Old Boringland. Now, for some reason, I have Mary Mac stuck in my head. Man, I really wish I could play Mary Mac on stream without getting sued by some fucking record label. You know, I wonder if anybody's ever watched me from Newfoundland, because I don't actually think so. That's one of those places where it's like most countries in the world, like someone at some point has been like, oh, I'm from this country, or I'm from this country. 8 hours drive away from Paris. That's like my distance to the next province. Not even. It's like 14 hours drive to the next province. 8 hours? And how many countries would you have to cross through to get to that? Like 76, because you're in Europe. Tiny ass countries. It's just like actually I've someone who watches the stream from time to time who's taking a long break from Twitch, who's from Belgium, and he talks about how he can walk across, so from one border crossing into another country to another border crossing in his country in 3 hours. He can walk across his country in 3 hours. Which just blows my fucking mind. Like, I walk for 3 hours, I haven't left the city. I walk for 3 hours, I haven't even left, like, the district of my city. It's just like tiny ass countries. Only a couple of hours from Uruguay. I mean, I could be in the States in 45 minutes, but like, assuming our borders were open, I could, in theory, get to the States, or the border from Canada to the States in 45 minutes. But if I had a car, if I was walking, it would take a bit longer. But like, it's like 14 hours to the next province via highway. Yeah, I watch MotoGP sometimes. I primarily watch F1, but sometimes I'll watch MotoGP if I'm bored and there isn't F1 happening. I watch Formula 1 and it's Rhinestone's fault. Oda Toto! Thank you much for the tier 2.
Crip lurk.
Enjoy lurks. 9 months. Just fuck yeah, dude. Well, as long as they're not asinine. There's multiple layers to that pun. Chat, can I get a couple beers for Oda Tota, keeping that subscription alive for 9 months? I know that we're pretty lurky this afternoon, which is fine, but like, can we get like 1 or 2? Just one or 2 each. Cheers, guys. There we go. That's 4. Perfect. Excellent. Much better. Also, so Cooler sent me. Where's Cooler's thing? Cooler sent me this the other day, just kind of unprompted, which is a high definition version of the beer emote. Should I do anything with this? I can make a sticker. I could, I could put it on a coaster. I could put it on a beer mug. Because Verstappen fell out. What, do you guys not like Verstappen in Holland? I mean, I don't like Verstappen because he's just a child, but... Outside of that, he's fine. I'll let Verstappen duke things instead of Mazepin do things any day. On the level of stupid between F1 drivers, he's not the worst. He's certainly not the worst. Definitely not the best, though. It's definitely more mature drivers on the grid, that's for sure. I can't remember what year I started in, but we're at 245, meaning the fortress is currently 240 years old. We are almost a quarter of the way done. Almost a quarter of the way done. You have no choice. Fair enough. Hey, just be happy. You're not Canada, okay? Canada made fucking Nickelback and Justin Bieber. All right? You're doing okay with Max Verstappen. You could do a lot worse. Could do a lot worse than Max Verstappen, but yeah. You will accept your ban with a smile? Why would I ban you for having bad taste? You're allowed to have bad taste. If I banned people for having bad taste, then I would have to ban Rhinestone for liking fucking, what's the name of that shithead? God, I'm completely breaking my mind right now. What's the name of that? Post Malone. He likes Post Malone. Here at Rhinestone, I said it. If I ban people for having bad taste, I'd have to ban Rhinestone for liking Post Malone. There we go. You've met Post Malone IRL? There's only one good thing about that. I'm sure he's a fine dude. I just don't like his music, okay? Like, can I be totally clear? It's like, I'm not insulting him as a person. I'm sure he's fine. I'd rather meet Post Malone in real life than fucking Justin Bieber any day of the year. I've met Nickelback. They're cool, okay? I've high-fived every single member of that band. They are fine people. But every time I hear Post Malone sing, the only thing I want to see happen is him get punched in the face. He is owner of the most punchable face I think I've seen in my life. You got the DF itch well again? What do you do or what do you need? You cannot handle the ASCII. Find a tile set that you like looking at. What kind of tile sets do you like? I can recommend a few if you like. And watch Krug Smash's Your First Fortress. Just go to YouTube and type in Krug Smash Your First Fortress. Press enter. Watch that video and then follow the beginner guide on the wiki while you fiddle around. That's what I'd recommend if you're getting back into DF. No, not if they taste bad. If their taste is bad, right? I don't need to bite you to know if you have bad taste, right? That's not how taste works, right? It's how you taste other things, right? So I taste things in a certain way. You taste things in a different way, right? So your taste is not my taste. If I think your taste is bad, that doesn't make you bad. It just makes your taste bad. Fuck the English language. Anyway, you have a good night, Sandor. Thanks for stopping by. I mean, I'm around whenever. Cheers. But trust me, TiVo, lots of people watch this stream that have horrendous taste in music. I've had people tell me that they still enjoy listening to Skrillex. And you know what? I'm not here to yuck your yum. However, I will tell you, you have terrible taste. All right? I mean, I love fucking Boards of Canada, which is like, according to my dad, very nice. And according to my mom, one step beyond elevator music. So, you know, some people have terrible taste. I'm not going to hate them for it. Just like I can't hate my mom. Even though she said that Boards of Canada is one step above music. No problem. Cheers, Sandor. And you will be stealing that? It's a great way to describe things, and you'll be stealing it. Okay, here's a question, TiVo. What would you describe as one? What? Give me an artist, and then describe them as one step beyond elevator music. At least they can taste it. Yeah, true. There's plenty of people who are just like, I don't listen to music. Yeah, at least you listen to bad music and get enjoyment out of it. You know. I mean, like Here's the thing. There is bad music out there that I like. I own Never Gonna Give You Up on single. On a fucking 45 RPM 7-inch single. Because I like bad music. And, you know, we were talking earlier about rattling, like, things off of people's shelves by accident. I sometimes like to rickroll the local neighborhood, okay? So, you know, we all have our problems, and we all have our bad taste. And, you know, that's just me and mine. Sometimes you just... Men I trust? I know men at work. I don't know men I trust, no. Cooler, are you about to ask me if I'm bullying my viewers again? Because no, Cooler, I'm not bullying my viewers. I need more charcoal. I'm out of charcoal. I mean, you know what's a song that I've sat down and listened to on repeat more times than I should probably admit? Just go to YouTube and type in Big Enough. Because that song just makes me piss myself laughing by the end of it. Like, by the end of that song, I am crying because it is so fucking funny. Is it a good song? Absolutely not. I mean, Cooley, you accused me of that on, like, the monthly. To bullying my neighbors? No. No. There's a difference between bullying my neighbors and rickrolling the local neighborhood. I'm not bullying just my neighbors. My neighbors are the person there, and the person up there, and the person over there. Those are my neighbors. No, I'm bullying everybody. I've gone beyond just the neighbors. I've never gotten a noise complaint. The local animals? What? Oh yeah, true. I'm also bullying the neighbors' dogs. They're like, what's that thunder? Nah, it's just the... What a bully. Yeah, I'm such a big meanie. Yeah, such a big meanie, spreading the word of good music to everybody else. Also, just for reference, this is the song that I'm talking about that I think is genuinely hilarious. I can't watch that music video without crying laughing. If I'm ever like suicidally depressed, I just sit down and watch that video and it cheers me up. No questions. Every single time. That song partly helps fix my depression. It's incredibly good at that. Is it a good song? No. Does it make me happy? Yes. It's just too funny. It's too goddamn funny. Also, lava. Look at that shit. I love the lava at night. The lava at night just... Mwah. This is what having working eyes is for, Chad, is to be able to go ooh and ah at this shit. It's so pretty. Holy shit, actually. That's kind of a lot of lava. Good lord. It looks like someone's like science experiment went a little nuts. Look how high that's shooting. That's going places. I want to know what's up with like what looks like a little sinkhole right there. I doubt it's actually a sinkhole, but because we don't have a full shot of what's actually right there, kind of looks that way. All right, that's it. I'm going to give one of these merchants woodcutting labor. Apparently I don't have enough woodcutters. I wonder what story you're telling, Dituro. Dwarf Sparkly became the mayor of the Eternal Adventure of Time in 192. That dwarf was our mayor for a very long time. Like, all the way up until, like, yeah, roughly 15 years ago, I would say. Roughly 15 years ago. Died of old age. Was a good dwarf. I need to make more ballista arrows. Should get on that. 3. Power building those. Get those out and done. You know, it's not actually that dark out. It just looks really dark when all the lava's flowing towards it. So pretty. So pretty. But thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out and lurking today. It's one of those chill days. But cheers, guys. And I got this dwarf hauling that up. But yeah, I don't know. I will never fault people for having shit taste in music. However, the one thing I will fault people for is for having shit taste in music and then claiming that they don't have shit taste in music. If someone can be self-aware enough that they like bad music, then, or at least popularly bad music, then I don't care. But there are some people out there that are like, that have like critically crap taste in music, but will claim that they don't have crap taste in music. Those people irritate me. But it's like, if you like something that you know is bad and you're totally self-aware about it, then it's fucking whatever. Like, I listen to a lot of terrible music, but that's, you know, it's my brand of terrible. That's why I still listen to Mariana's Trench. Although, admittedly, they also wrote some good music. Also wrote a lot of really bad music. Morning, Caveman. What's up, dude? We're pretty chill today, so I'm just kind of in a ramble mode. How's things? I'm just doing a bunch of smelting stuff. Sam? Gotcha. You had like 3 hours of sleep last night? Okay, I did better than that last night, but not by a lot. I definitely did better than that, though. Why so few hours of sleep, if I can ask? Hopefully that's not a normal thing, because that's a very small amount of sleep for a person to get. Well, that's good. Well, at least there's good news attached to exhaustion, because exhaustion like that is not healthy. Just because we do it doesn't mean it's good. You know? Baby plus work? Fuck yeah, no, I understand. I understand that. I always say this about people who have kids. You're way braver than I am. You'll sleep when you're old and gray. I'm not old, but I'm definitely gray. like, wait, I'm not old, but I'm gray. Ah, shit. Or wait, oh shit, I'm old and gray. Rain check on the old and gray thing, I guess. You'll sleep when you get the chance, I hope. I mean, like, I generally when I lose sleep, it's just due to stupid brain things being stupid brain. Those are perfectly legitimate reasons to lose sleep. Having a baby around, perfectly legitimate reason to not get enough sleep. Brain telling you you don't want to sleep is not really a legitimate reason to not get enough sleep. It's like, by all accounts, I should get enough sleep, but frequently I don't because my brain is dumb. Your dog woke you up 3 times last night because she was nervous about something, about some mysterious thing. There's definitely a ghost in your living space. Actually, it's probably like there's like a rodent outside that your dog can smell, or even inside. The smallest thing can irritate a dog. But hopefully your dog is less upset tomorrow. You've been thinking about doing a RimWorld DF-style multiplayer game built on Node, but you have not figured out how to leverage those extra 3 hours. So here's what you need to do, right? You need to wait for the baby to stop being a baby and grow up a bit, and then teach the baby to code and make the game with the baby. That's what you got to do. I don't know what Node is, by the way. Which is weird to dream in code. I've dreamed in ASCII before. I've never dreamed in code though. I guess that would be like dreaming in another language. Cause like I've heard people say it's like, oh, you know that you've started to learn Japanese or French or German or whatever when you have a dream in that language. Welcome back, audience. A section of cavernous what node? Oh. How the fuck did that happen? Those dwarfs just had a tree fall on them. They're totally fine, but they had a tree fall on them. Alright, well, just walk it off. You're okay, Ral. You're okay. Weird. How's the fort today? Things are pretty good in the fort today. I don't know what we'll do for the evening, but things are pretty good in the fort. Things have just been super chill, so it's kind of between War Sim or Odd Realm, or even some of that Brigador. I don't know. There's some new missions in Brigador that were just added into the game, so maybe I'll do those tonight. I don't know. So it depends on if War Sim kind of depends on how active chat is, and if chat's quiet, then maybe I won't do War Sim tonight. But yeah, fort's pretty good. Killed a dwarf. I kind of feel bad about it, but aside from that, things have been pretty good. Dwarf fell off of a very high point and went splat. But aside from that, I've been trying to work through all of this lead ore that I've been slowly working and building up. So I've got so much lead. We're just trying to make it into other things. Was he at least an annoying dwarf? No! It was Queveneer. It was somebody from YouTube who I feel kind of bad about. The worst reason to not get sleep is to worry about being tired the next day. Yeah, I've been there. I've been there. That's every single time I need to get onto a plane, is I'm worried that I'm going to sleep in and miss the flight. So thus, I don't sleep. Because I'm worried that I'm going to sleep in and miss the flight. Which happens every single time I need to catch a plane. Every single time. Without fail. Like goddamn clockwork. I will be worried that I will miss the flight and then sleep in and miss the flight. Actually, I've never actually missed a flight, but I'm always worried that I'm going to. But how's audio today? Now that you're back. I am getting added in the DF discussion room of the Kit Fox Discord. So, this Rhinestone, are you lurking? Because I want to show you something that you'll find very amusing. I want to show you something that you'll find very, very, very amusing. If you're lurking. But I'll only show it if he wakes up. But I don't know if he's even here right now. All right, nothing exciting? I getcha. Sometimes nothing exciting can be good, though. I'll just DM it to Rhinestone instead, because he's probably got me muted. TLDR. Someone on the KitFox Discord pointed out that the old, or the current lava textures looks like the capes in old school RuneScape. Which is kind of really funny. It's like I think I found Meph's reference image. It's just funny. Also, I wonder, are these open? Also, investments are open apparently, chat. Because we haven't been paying attention to that. Chat, I have a question. Do you guys like or hate seeing the number of hours that you've spent on my stream? You hate too many? Too many hours. Too many hours. Hey, just for whatever it's worth, no matter how many hours you have spent on my stream, my mom probably has more hours than you. So if that makes you feel any better, my mom probably has more hours than you spent on my stream. Because my mom has like 9,000 or something. No matter how many hours you have, my mom has probably got more hours. And no matter how long your sub streak is, my mom's probably got a longer sub streak. My mom's been subscribed to Tier 1 for 46 months. So if you haven't been subscribed for 46 months, you haven't been subbed longer than my mom. Although I guess my mom only figured out how to follow in May 31st, 2020. Even though I'm pretty sure she's been watching since like 2016. Which is kind of funny. I didn't realize that. That or she unfollowed at some point. You used to be rich. Congrats, Wild Pig. Chat, that's a round of somethings. I get a round of beers. Cheers, man. How's the dwarfs? Dwarfs are pretty good. Vomiting everywhere as usual. It's gotta be tough when mom. Thanksgiving would be tough when mom unfollows the stream. Actually, in reality, it's probably a click the wrong button or something. That's probably what it was with knowing my mom. No, my mom's lovely. I see my parents once a week. They just gave me this massive fucking lavender plant, and I now officially am the owner of more lavender than I ever know what to fucking do with, because I have a lavender plant that's like a meter tall. So it's like, and now it was just extra lavender clippings that she like clipped and put into a pot and just like it just kind of grew. So now I have this massive lavender plant out on my porch, which is great. I love lavender, but like, the fuck am I gonna do with all of this lavender? Like, genuinely, I kind of had this realization this morning of like, that thing is gonna grow lavender faster than I can drink it in tea. So, I don't know. I'm gonna like prune it and make my own clippings and give my friends lavender plants for their birthdays, I guess. Win streak continues. It's a hell of a win streak. Shit. Our stat. 1750. Damn. Hell yeah. Haven't lost once. Really now. Don't you say that because you'll lose the next one. Let me tell you. Just remember to dry some lavender for the winter. Oh, I will. I'm already drying mint. I got 3 jars of mint tea, like tomato sauce jars, like the 850 milliliter ones are like that big. I got 3 of those filled with my own dried mint. I've also got like the licorice plant that I was talking about earlier, and also now the lavender plant that I'm gonna start drying. My own branded lavender dwarven tea mix. I mean, here's the thing, right? I like Dwarf Fortress, but I'm not gonna start like branding stuff dwarf or any of that because, like, you know, I respect Tarn. Tarn and Zach need to get better at merchandising. Actually, no, Kid Fox just needs to make DF merch. Because I don't know about you guys, but I would definitely buy like a plushie, whatever the fuck the Bay12games.com logo is. It could hang out here on my desk with my mouse that I play Dwarf Fortress with, because everybody plays Dwarf Fortress with a mouse, right? That's what people mean when they say mouse support, correct? Yeah. Make charcoal. Cauterization. Which is a word that I learned how to spell through Dwarf Fortress, apparently. I kind of wish that they could actually cauterize wounds, because I don't think that even if they discover cauterization, they can use that. Because this dwarf over here has been pondering the concept of cauterizing wounds. The topic being considered is cauterization. It's like you've just been hanging out and pondering cauterizing in this corner for a while. It's like he's just sitting there burning himself going, What is this cauterizing you think of? If someone gets a cut and I just set it on fire, does that stop the cut from bleed? Thinking. Funny concept. But yeah, I've already like made my own tea mixes, and I'm figuring out like grams and weights and stuff for my own teas. That's becoming my own hobby, because I showed pictures of my garden off earlier today, but like for those of you who maybe weren't here earlier today, like that's my lavender plant, and it's half as tall as me. That's chocolate mint. That's a bunch of other mint. There's a better shot. Those are all my mint plants. And from those plants right there, I've gotten all of those jars. That's my licorice plant. Yes, licorice is a plant, Axon. Yeah, that's my lavender. I also have another lavender plant in this pot, but it's like tiny. It's itty bitty. It's a baby plant, so it'll take a bit to grow up. And that's right where the hot tub's going? Yeah, that's right where the hot tub's going. When Freskin buys it for me. Ooh. Lavender and chocolate mint. 2 of the best plants. The best part about lavender is you like take some clippings and you put it in your bathroom. And then your bathroom just smells a lot not terrible or ish. I might just like start like freshening my house with like homemade air fresheners. I was reading about like homemade air fresheners, like grinding little plants down and like making little powders and like putting them in like little containers and putting them everywhere. I think I'm just like this pandemic's has made me gone fully insane, I think. It's like a few years prior, yeah, no. Wouldn't do any of this, but here I am. I also own enough house plants that I've had. Well, actually, here's the thing, Freskins. What I really need to do is I need to start an OnlyFans, okay, and only upload pictures of my plants, okay, to get that hot tub fund going. Buy the hot tub, put the hot tub on my porch, and then never turn the hot tub on and just use it for aquatic plants. And put pictures of my plants on. You have like 4 cats? Yeah. So I used to live here with my now ex-girlfriend in this tiny ass apartment, and she had 2 cats. It's been 2 years. I still pull cat hair out of my keyboard. I clean my keyboard like every 6 weeks or so. I take all of the keys off of it. I completely like isopropyl alcohol all of the keys, and I completely dust it. I still find I don't know where it comes from. I still find cat hair in my keyboard. Cat hair that wasn't there before. Like, I think my house is haunted with like a cat ball that's just shedding cat hair just evenly distributed. Could probably find a Craigslist post for hot tub. Do you want to know a secret, caveman crafting? I really don't want a hot tub. That's the secret. I do not care how much money it would make me. I do not want a hot tub. I don't want that audience. I don't want that crowd. I don't want those people. I like the kind of cool crew of people that I've built over the years, and I don't want to ruin that by inviting a bunch of horny fucking shits into this channel. And also, no one wants to see me half naked. Like, there's a reason I hide in this void. No one wants to see that shit. See, audio completely agrees. Keep that shit far away. Preferably dwarven themed? Do you need to start with I mean, here let me just remind you. This is okay. This is what we do to that crowd of people. Modify single emote, flat, share, and then and then and then line. That's what we do. We make them flat. Takes way too long to do that, but yeah. No, you don't need to start bopping. You're all good. To be clear. I just wanted to do that combo because that's a good combo. I mean, come on. Like, look at that shit. Just pop. Pop a noggin. All right, quick BRB. Gotta do a bio break.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
You know what we need to do? We need to instigate a hot tub tax in this chat. So every single time someone suggests that I should stream from a hot tub, they have to gift 1 sub or 500 bits, or I time them out for 8 hours. It's like you have every time you bring up me streaming from a hot tub, you have to gift a sub or $5 in bits, or just a direct $5 tip. That'll work too. Or I have to time you out for 8 hours. So you can mention it, but there's a 5-minute countdown timer before you have to do that. Because who else is getting fucking tired of this shit? How many Z levels is the tower? That's a good question. Gold. Also, hi, Gold Poke. How are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I skipped this one. 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 layers currently. Although it's only partly done on this layer. So 23 and a half layers. Because also I kind of skipped this one because I don't really feel like digging through the maze right now. So I'm going to have to like... I'm kind of worried that it's going to that the dwarves are going to immediately set something free in the maze once I start digging into the maze. I'm not really looking forward to that. So, there's that. Also, how are we doing today, Gold Poke? Also, yeah, you are a wizard, Harry. I mean, Peter. Because you've hit the 3.5 year. I kind of feel bad that you were one of the few who stuck around on the game wisp instead of moving over. As much as like I appreciate it because it was like a way higher sum of money. I don't know. I kind of wish that you had the crown these days. But oh well. No big deal. Well. I mean, someone needs to have the wizard hat. You're one of the few people who have the wizard hat, actually. I think now more people have the crown than they have the wizard hat. Also, to be clear, I'm not actually that tired of people... I'm not actually that tired of people mentioning I should stream from a hot tub, because it's not that frequent. It's just, it comes in fits and starts. I'll get a bunch of people stating that I should stream from hot tubs all around the same time, and then people forget for a bit. I don't actually care. It's just kind of funny that some people still seem to think that that would be a good idea for some reason. I don't know. It's bad this year, and then not bad. Summer is here. I mean, so what do you have any plans for the summer? Because like you get that is indeed a wizard lizard, because Cooler has a wizard lizard. It's his own emote. You have to give Cooler I think $25 a month to get the wizard lizard. I'm not gonna lie, if Cooler put a whole bunch of lizards under bits rewards, I would totally pay for them. But here's the question. Cooler, are you going to put Lizard Bob as an animated emote when affiliates get animated emotes? Because, you know, when I get animated emotes, you bet your ass Debug is going to be an animated emote. Just Debug Dance. Yeah, but they're just different colors. I want like a lizard wizard. I should pay you in bits for some emotes. I don't know if I'll make the mech dance a paid for one. What is Debug from? It's Steam DF's Debug Creature. It's Steam Dwarf Fortress, and I got Cooler to animate it to do a little dance because it needed an idle animation. So he made it do a little dance. Although I may have directed some people in the direction of Cooler because of the animated emotes thing, and now he's all like either overworked or mad at me for giving him work. One of the two. Because I got a funny DM from Cooler the other day. Which I'm not going to out what he said, but I do think it was a funny DM. Basically, if y'all need art, go to Cooler. Cooler can draw good art. Cooler did the vast majority of the art on this stream. Including all of the little sub badges, which I think are phenomenal. Oh no. King wants 2 ballista arrows and you want 3 crowns. Way predictable. Yeah, I think we're gonna do some Brigador for the evening today. Brigador is the evening game tonight. I'm gonna try and beat those 4 new missions that they added. As they put some new missions into Brigador. Not gonna attempt closed casket today though. Even though they added a new vehicle, which I need to mess around with. They added the Leviathan as a playable vehicle. So there's now a new biggest vehicle in that game. You have a good night. We'll see you later, Goldbug. Hey, you know, summer's coming. Summer's coming. Summer's coming. You'll get there. Hey, at least you actually get a summer this year. I don't know what school was like last year, but at least here, most teachers that I know had to teach summer school because kids got out of school early last year and then had to do the weird online shit all summer. So I'm sure that this year will be an improvement. Yeah, we'll probably switch over to Brigador in like 15 minutes or so. And then Squad can laugh at me when I die on repeat. But it'll be fine. Be fine. Is that a tree up there? That is a tree. That does not get cut down on this layer. But yeah, no, Brigador is a game whose soundtrack I really, really hope that one day, gets a new vinyl pressing. Because there are 2 records for it, and they're both very, 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 very expensive on Discogs. Last one I saw that was up for sale was like $500. Actually, no, I'm going to go look right now because I'm curious. Every time I mention that a record's very expensive on Discogs, people are like, and here's a copy of it that's for sale. Volume 1. $242, and there's one for sale. Makeup and Vanity Set, Brigador, Volume 1, $242. Yeah, no. It's available from the United States, $200, mint. Nope, not happening. They should repress that. I want to buy that record. I don't want a $242 buy that record. Hey, at least shipping's $5. I'll say that, $5 shipping. $5 shipping. That's cheap shipping. Although that's probably thinks I'm in the US because I probably have my VPN on, which I bought just to watch motorsports. But yeah, that's expensive. Too rich for my blood, as they say. Too rich for my blood. Because they didn't press a lot of them, and that's a very heavily coveted soundtrack. And they didn't even do... is it a double vinyl, actually? I think it might be, like, 2 sets of double vinyls. No, it's only a single record. Like, they could very easily do, like, just a double vinyl repressing of it. What's the Volume 2 sell for these days? 39. Okay, Volume 2 is only $39. There's 2 for sale. One's 50 mint, one's near mint, and 23. So, at least, like, Volume 2 is a reasonable thing. Apparently there was a cassette pressing of it, and the cassette pressing is not for sale. Yeah. And there's also the Uplink EP, which has no digital version. If anybody's curious about the soundtrack that I'm actually talking about, I'll link the Bandcamp for it. Oh, this part 2 actually is a double LP, so no, they couldn't do a double LP. Ugh. But yeah, there's a link if anybody wants to look at it. Such a fucking good soundtrack. Such a fucking good soundtrack. Yeah, they sold 500 copies of it. I'm going for a midnight stroll. You have a good walk. We'll come back to some Brigador. I'm hyping up that soundtrack now. I gotta play it. Not that Chad is anything but, like, lurk tonight. As if Chad is hyped tonight. But at the same time, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thank you much. Let's hang out until we hit springtime. We're not that far away from spring. We'll hang out until we hit spring, and then I think we'll swap over to Brigador. It's a pretty good amount of time has passed. That won't be too much time. What do you guys think, chat? Hang out in Longdeath until spring rolls around and the snow melts. Let's just lock our dwarves into the tavern a little bit. Bunch of dead buzzards and cattle. This can all get tossed out. And we'll play Brigador until I get sleepy. And just jam to some mech music. And then tomorrow night we'll do more of that War Sim. Or Odd Realm, depending on how we're feeling. Hype want, hype eyes. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of cat emotes on Twitch and a lot of dog emotes on Twitch. And they're only fun and interesting if I know whose dog it is. Those are just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Can't be helped? Sure, but like, are those... Okay. Hey, people who just like random dog and cat emotes, are those hype train emotes any good? Like, what's your honest opinion on the current hype train emotes? Like, I don't know. I like being like pleasantly surprised by an emote when I get it from a hype train. I'm just like always disappointed when I get a hype train emote right now. I don't even... Oh, is that just somebody else's cat emote? Okay, fair enough. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be, Cooler. I don't know what the fuck that is. You like this dude? Okay, that one's okay. That one's all right. That's a good little dog with a thing in its mouth. Is that a bone in its mouth? I think it's a bone in its mouth. I had to hover over it to like actually figure out if it was, but oh, that's Billy Win Kirby's emote. Okay. Twitch was like erroring out initially. Yeah, I mean, Billy Win Kirby's good. He's good people. It's B1K's emotes. I like Billy. Billy's good people. Most hype trains disappoint you. Fair enough. I mean, dude, hype creep's pretty good. I still want that emote. I don't have hype creep yet. I genuinely want that stupid fucking spider. I want that stupid fucking spider so I can make arachnophobic people go, ee! And then immediately ban me. That's all I want. Is it so much to ask? I just want to get banned for posting the emote. That's not a hype emote, though. That's a hyper emote. That's a hyperscape emote. That's an emote that you got for the video game Hyperscape. Speaking of the video game Hyperscape, does anybody remember the video game Hyperscape? Because I don't. Does anybody even play Hyperscape? I mean, it doesn't help that it's not even, like, on Steam, I don't think. No, it's not. Okay, so Hyperscape. I want to talk about Hyperscape for a split second here. Hyperscape's a battle royale game, right? Do you know that they recently put out an update which includes removing the battle royale mode or making another option for battle royale mode? Didn't some of Halcyon play it for the promotion then never play it again? I don't actually know if any of my team played Hyperscape. I don't think so. I mean, maybe FG. That's something she would do. I don't think anybody played it. I really liked that group of like Hype Rip or like is it Hype? No, not that one. Hold on. Like this one is pretty good. That's like Hype Shield's pretty good. Hype Dodge, the one where he's like dodging the arrow. I don't know. I feel like we should have like good reasons to, you know, want the hype train emotes, but I don't know, man. I'm just mad they're not doing anything for Pride Month this year because those bees last year were so good. Those bees were just really good emotes. And they didn't do anything this year. Makes me kind of sad. Late winter. Last month of winter. Yeah, Hype Mage. Will be super relevant when Steam DF comes out. You love the Pride emotes? Yeah, I don't know. Like, they could have just brought the bees back. Let more people get the bees. The bees are good. The bees are old enough now that people are like... They don't even... People don't recognize them. They're like, oh, that's a cool bee emote. It's like, yeah, it's from Pride Month last year on Twitch. They should just give more of those out. Come on, Twitch. Get on that shit. But oh well. But oh well. Moon Duo record came in? I fucking hate you, man. Yo, Ryan Stone, did you see that DM I sent you? I want to know your full thoughts. You got a chuckle out of it? I'm glad you did. I still haven't decided which of those Worm Witch records I should buy. Although what's going to happen is one of them's going to sell out, and then I'm going to buy the other one. And no, I'm not buying all of them. Both of them is not really an option. Although I would consider going to that show, though. You're buying 2 records tomorrow, so you can't really buy anymore. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're buying your Holy Grail, right? Or one of your Holy Grails. Says the man who already owns a lot of people's Holy Grail. Just a Grail? Okay. Well, I mean, you can't top your own original pressing Pink Floyd, so. I still partially state that you should sell that and just buy other records that you care about more, but. You know, or just to sell it so that you could get into like one of the top selling records on not Bandcamp, Discogs, just so that you could do that, just so that you could be like, look at this super inflated record price I have. Oh, also I fixed the amp on the Fluence record player. I figured out the problem with it. It has a switch on the back that wasn't all the way flipped. And if you flip it, it shuts off the power to the amplifier so you can use an external amplifier with it. The switch was flipped like a tenth of a millimeter to the left, which would turn it off. So it was like flickering on its power and not quite getting enough power, which is like stupid. Beyond fucking stupid. So yeah, I'm just gonna say that I don't fully trust that. We'll just let them keep dancing for a little bit. Hopefully the king doesn't get mad at me. Cool. He's not pissed at me. I've been discussing traumatic injuries. I like that the king's discussing traumatic injuries. To me, that's just like, I am discussing chopping people's heads off. I mean, I kind of had a Holy Grail in mind, and then they repressed it, and so now I just kind of have it anyway, and I don't really feel the need to own the original. I just really wanted to own PPC's first 2 albums, but then they repressed them, so now I'm kind of... It was kind of one of those records where it's like, I really want to own that, but like, if I never own that, I'm kind of okay with never owning that. Outside of that, it's just like, I have records that I want, but I don't really consider them Holy Grails because I'm not really going out of my way to get them. It's like, I could, like, there's plenty of them around, so, like, I don't know. I guess, like, currently stupidly expensive record that I really want would probably be the Brigador soundtrack. But again, like, also I'm not pulling the trigger to buy that record at $250, so I will wait because they'll probably repress it at some point, so... Trying to think of like records that are never going to get repressed that are very expensive that I really want. I don't know. There really isn't that many. There really isn't that many. Outside of like stupid fucking memes. It's like, yeah, I'm never going to go buy the vinyl pressing of fucking Sandstorm. Even though that thing is ridiculously expensive. Should have pulled the trigger and bought that Hate Beak 45 though. Should have done that. Should have bought that. I didn't, but I should have. Good luck with those. Ryan, good luck with those. Actually, I'm curious about something. Yeah, a lot of the things that I would really like to own just also aren't on vinyl. Because they're all from... Because they're all from, like, an era where, oh, that was never put on vinyl. So. Oh, also, I kind of own another Holy Grail now. Because it was repressed. Because I was able to get my Presidents of the United States of America Peaches on vinyl. Because they repressed it. But now that's also like kind of a weirdly expensive record, the repress, because they only sold like 2,500 of them. So that's already become kind of a weirdly expensive record again. Because they sold them all for a Kickstarter for 30 days. And then that's it. So it's kind of an expensive record again. Although it's now no longer like a $5,000 record. It's now like a... Well, the repressing is like a $300 record. Which I have. And I'm perfectly happy with just having and playing that repress. Do not need to own the original. Because I only pressed 100 of them originally. And that was like thousands of dollars. Because nobody was pressing records when presidents of the United States of America were pressing records of Peaches. Then nobody was pressing records back then. So they just put it out on CD and cassette. Because that's all that was a thing back in those days. Now that we're back in an era where people are actually putting things on vinyl again, it's no longer as much of an issue. It's no longer as much of an issue. Now I'm like just sitting here and like just racking my brain. It's like, what is something that I would really like to own on vinyl that isn't like new? There's probably a couple like Joy Division records I'd really want. I don't know. I already own all of the Talking Heads records I'd want, plus there's a bajillion of those out there. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. Oh. That's a good song. No. It's a good song. Let me go look something up real quick. Did they ever put that on vinyl, or was it only ever put on CD? They did. Huh. Well, I might... Okay, I found one, but it's not actually that unobtainable. So, Rhinestone knows this, but I'm a really, 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 really big fan of the band Hum. I'm a really big fan of the band Hum. And, I might just pull the trigger and buy this, actually. Because I never thought to look. I assumed that never would have, but their album Stars. Never really had a vinyl pressing, but apparently there's a promo pressing available. And near mint or very good plus is about 50 bucks. I'm just gonna ask a question. Should I just pull the trigger and buy this? Because I could order this about 50 bucks. But it's only got Stars on it. It's not the whole album. Did they ever do like a full pressing of that though? I don't think they did. Unless they ever actually put out a full. Yeah, no, the actual like the full album you'd prefer Astronaut is 600 bucks ish. Must be the new gold? No, that's reasonable. Yeah, okay. That's my album that I really want. Someone's got it in very good plus condition for $105. I don't really feel like spending $600 Canadian on a mint copy of that. Not from your day and age? Well, I mean, depends on the records. Like I said, depends on the records. This is what I'm looking at here. I'll post it if you want to look. A lot of these are just like unavailable in Canada, so they won't even ship to Canada, but like $325, $240, $290 plus shipping. About that. 200 bucks is like the there's a $173 one from Australia in near mint, but I don't believe that it's actually near mint. I've had some pretty shit looking near mint records shipped to me before. Did we lose anybody? Oh, Ral, the merchant has been found dead. One dwarf died. One dwarf found dead. Sorry, Ral. You had a near miss a minute ago anyway. As long as the dwarf's getting stored in tomb. Store item in location. That is not the same as putting an item in a tomb. What item? Oh, 2 dwarves are found dead. They just haven't found the second one yet. Sock Smell's been found dead. Socks, you're dead. Again. At least you were able to have a child. 2 years before you died? 4 years before you died-ish? Meaning poor Bastet. Nope, not Bastet. Was it Beermanir? Yep. Beermanir is now parentless. Poor child. Let's just make sure that I got coffins set up. No, I do. Two dwarves died. Bold ears. Have I received any with scratches? Not that I've paid that much money for. Granted, the most money I've ever spent on a record was about 60 bucks. And that was a pre-order for a triple vinyl. That was for the Risk of Rain 2 soundtrack. But there's 3 discs in that shit. So it's like, $20 per record. That's not, like, I don't know. I can live with that. After shipping, it was about 70 with taxes and everything. Got to screenshot this for Stone. I think it's time for us to move to a different game because we're pretty chill today. But no, I mean when you are collecting anything, when you're talking collectors markets, I'm curious about something right now. Just gonna have a peek. Presidents of the United States of America. Self-titled. How much is the vinyl repress selling for? Okay, so the repress of the Presidents of United States of America, the Presidents of the United States of America, which is the song with Peaches on it, which is the album with Peaches on it. The repress is selling for $200. That's opened, not mint. That's very good plus. The unopened mint ones are selling for... How much is the mint one selling for? Well, actually, here's a mint one that from the repress that is selling for 120, 79. Although that won't ship to Canada. Oh, well, the unopened mint one from the repress is signed 400. So that's the most expensive record I have, I think. Although I have some weirdly expensive soundtracks. Just actual peaches. You'd rather buy a can of peaches. I mean, imagine how many peaches you could buy for 500 bucks. A lot of peaches. Because if you could have your own way, you'd eat peaches every day. Anyway, that's it for Dwarf Fortress today. If you're specifically here for Dwarf Fortress, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. And if you want to support the shenanigans I do with DF, you can do that on the Patreon. $7 a month, $6.99 a month gets you those silly sound commands you hear from time to time. But we are going to jump over to some Brigador for the remainder of the stream, which is a game with a very expensive, very good soundtrack. Well, expensive if you're buying the vinyl pressing anyway. But at the end of the day, you know, hobbies are different for different people. Why do people keep talking about peaches? Because there is a song called Peaches on an album called The Presidents of the United States of America by the band The Presidents of the United States of America, not affiliated with the United States of America or the President of the United States of America. That's why. It's a song. Let's play some Brigador. So things can go splody, splody, boom, boom. Because, you know. That's Brigador. Also, soundtrack in this game. It's pretty fucking good.